Just what's the most exciting pairing for you?
So for me it would be Nihal versus Giri because here's the stats on this. They have played against each other for a total of 77 times.
77.
Yes,
Wow.
roundabout. I'm just don't take exactly, but they have never played against each other in classical before. So I'm very excited to see how this match is going to unfold because it's a lot of exciting chess, and the results are not very far apart from each other. Of course, we can remember the EWC, what happened there with Anish, being a queen up in that position and having that time scramble. It was very very exciting, but the score right now is 36-41 to Nihal.
Wow.
So it's very very close. So that would be the most exciting match for me. What is the most exciting match for you?
Yeah, I was also going to say this one is very interesting because Nihal and Anish, two very strong players. I would give a small edge to Anish Giri because it's classical chess, it's over the board, it's not online chess. Um, but in the challengers, there's one game that is my favorite that I'm going to look forward to. It's Adiban versus Vaishali. That's going to be a clash of generations in some ways. What do you say?
Yeah, it's going to be an insane matchup. And any chances for B3 though? I think that's the first question.
Adiban is white today.
Yeah.
Yesterday he did play the Benko Gambit, so he's here for the fight. I saw him at the lunch. He was eating in a way that he wanted to go for the kill. Who is B3 today? Yeah, it could happen.
Yeah, but Vaishali would have spent half the preparation time preparing for B3. So I think maybe AD can spring a surprise, maybe reverse psychology. Yeah, you don't think I'll play it, so I'll play it.
Maybe Vaishali plays B6. Some reverse psychology there.
And on our screen, we now have Harika here, who's playing for the first time ever in Chennai with her daughter also being present here. It's a very interesting dynamic because I was talking to Harika yesterday, who lost her first game against Dipta and Ghosh. I said, how are you feeling? Generally chess players feel very, very bad after losing. And she was like, the moment I entered the room, Hanvika was there, her daughter, and she was so cool, she was so calm. She's just 2 years old. And I think that really lightened her up. I think it's a very interesting event for Harika to follow, whether she'll do well here in this relaxed atmosphere. Will that bring out the best in her? Will be nice to see.
So Harika has played so far just once with Indian in the MPL Indian Chess Tour. Not a classical game though, so it would be very, very exciting to see how this match goes for her as well. It was a draw.
Draw.
Yes.
Yes, Indian versus Harika, and they have Indian coming in, guys. He is on fire recently. He's playing really well. He won the Dole Open. Before that, also, he's won a couple of titles this year. So, playing really well.
Yeah, but you know what? We discussed that Nihal and Anish's game is super crazy. I have my eyes set on that Jordan against Arjun match because I think Arjun still, with the rating of 2780 now, must be thinking, can I inch closer to that world number 2 spot? And Arjun, I think, will not back down. I would expect him to push for a win, even with the black piece. You can see him there. He's not thinking about a draw or a quick game. He's thinking, how can I grind a very, very long game against Jordan here?
Yeah, yesterday Jordan was this close to beating with it, and then it turned out in the end, it ended in a draw. So he would definitely be wanting. So, how many Arjun fans in the house? Some of you shouted out, right? Can you make some noise?
Let's go.
Nice. Arjun fans here. Arjun is maybe looking for a lot of wins, right? As Sahil Bhai said, to reach that magical number of 2,800 in this tournament. He's 20 points away. I think it's possible.
Absolutely possible, but Jordan has historically been a tough opponent for Arjun. One more time, they have played against each other 12 times in total, and the score has actually favored Jordan, even in classical. So the score has been 7-5 in Jordan's favor, and their last game was in Tata Steel. I think, in 2025. And the last classical win was Jordan was playing with the white pieces, I think same as today. And it was in the Sigemen Open in 2023,
Okay.
where Jordan won. So it has been a tough rivalry between these two players.
I must say, I'm really enjoying these stats by Sahaj. He's working very hard to bring this up. And it also gives us perspective on the encounter. You know, what can we expect here? What has been the historical background between these two players?
And you know, history repeats itself is a common term we hear in chess. It's absolutely true. You have that backlog of emotions from your last encounter against a certain player. And if you've lost a bunch of games in the past, it can kind of force you to make emotional decisions and lose again.
True. And one more game that we all are looking for. Vincent yesterday did his game, and he is taking on the winner of the Challengers last year. Pranav drew his first round.
Yeah, but Vincent, did you see the expressions Vincent had yesterday when Nihal blundered? He was in shock. So I think, yeah, and Vincent is going to look towards his second win here. And if he can win this game, he could be so lead after 2 rounds.
Yes, I would love to get the stats on this one side. Have they played before the first time?
They have played a total of 4 times, and it's 3-1 to Keymer. But they have never played a classical match against each other.
Interesting.
The last win of these two players came in the title Tuesday in March 2025 this year. So yeah.
Wow. And so we are just 3 p.m. I think the first move is going to be made today. We have a special guest. I think he's going to be and I believe the person who's going to make the first move is the man behind QUANTBOX research, Shan Singh, who's coming in. I'm curious whose board the first move will be made.
I'm curious what the first move is going to be, because if it's Adiban's board, it has to be B3, right?
It should be forward. See the also the and is it there?
Yeah, that's what I think. Right?
Let's see. I'm curious.
So we're going to see Jordan play B3 with going on the first move.
Is it to my board?
No, it's I think it happened somewhere else. Maybe we can the entire view. Yes, it was here between Pranav and Vincent Keymer.
Yeah.
And E4 was played.
Wow, I think
And then you see Prashant, who's making the first move.
Arjun has taken some more plays. Yeah, four there. So no backdrop to knight F3 or D3, like the most challenging move.
Absolutely, because Arjun did win a game with 1E4 yesterday. So
Right. And by the way, a huge shout to QUANTBOX for actually sponsoring this event, because without their support, it was very difficult. It's always difficult without sponsors in chess. And I think the whole support has made this event even bigger. There's the Masters, there's challenges, there's also a prize fund of 1 crore rupees. And we are off, guys. Leong with D4 against Vidit Gujarati. Let's go to the boards and see what is happening here.
The first question is, how is Vidit feeling after yesterday's game? I think it was a tipsy game. He got kind of unprepared in the opening, right? You don't want to do it again. He also has the black pieces today. So what Vidit wants is a solid opening today. No hanky-panky, no crazy lines. And he would love to drag this into a strategic game.
Yes, maybe D4, knight F6 with is like this very soft queen's gambit. D5. Okay.
absolutely. So Queen's Gambit still very much possible, but I always root for the London. So
C3.
No,
Knight still London is possible. London is still possible in this position. So we are still rooting for that, right, Sahil?
Resumption has flown all over the US. Play the London. I'll be a bit shocked. But yeah, it is a good opening for sure. I think Vidit will also learn well facing the London action.
You know, Simon, it's a good opening for sure. Just that people are not playing it. Ways when people are playing it, but
The collie system. So uh, I think it's very similar in nature because your bishop goes to b3, bishop b2. It's a very slow position, but okay, um, still solid. I think collie has become the new London. Exactly. Yes.
so opening against Giri in say, it's like it's really really test with here.
Yeah. That's a great point. So with its next move is going to be very crucial here because you can play many different moves here. You can play c5, you can play e6, or you can play my favorite. I actually had a game in this very recently where you can play g6.
G6 is your favorite, yeah?
I like it because it's the most dynamic. Because I feel Poly is a very solid opening, and your opponent comes with a certain mindset to play this stable position, and g6 maybe throws you off a bit.
Nice. Very interesting. Okay, should we turn our attention to Arjun Erigaisi now, Sahil?
Absolutely. Let's go to that game because you're wondering about G6. Sahaj, I think your wishes are coming true. G6 and G3 both on the board. It started with knight F3 and both the players have featured on their bishops.
Not this line. This line has full symmetry, 100% symmetry. Then all will play C4, then will play C6, then they will take on D5.
Absolutely. That c4 c6 line is very symmetrical, Sahilva. You're 100% right, but there is a very interesting line in this variation for black. So you can play castle, that doesn't change anything.
Castle, yeah, he castles it. C4 very light.
Okay, I think the king stopped on F8 for a second and my heartbeat also stopped. So, okay.
So white plays c4 here, and what I really like is b takes c4. And if white plays knight to a3, which is a normal way to recapture the pawn on c4, black plays a5.
A5. I think C3 is the move. Then.
C3 is the move. Oh, he goes with your line.
He goes for the solid system. No space in the center given to Jordan. I will go like Grunfeld and Slav combined with each other. But now Jordan will definitely have a new idea up his sleeve because that's what Jordan Van Forest is all about. He's not this guy who kind of banks on 20 moves of theory. He comes with a new idea somewhere very quickly.
Yes, absolutely. So the main variation here is b3 and then takes and knight e5. I think those are two crucial ideas. Okay, there are many more, I think, apart from that.
b3, queen a4 stuff. Yeah.
Normally, you just take on c4 and then you just transpose all together. But yes, you are 100% right. By the way, I think while he's thinking, maybe we should turn our attention to Nihal versus Anish because Nihal has done something very cool already.
Which is?
He has gone for the close Sicilian.
Oh,
so this is something we very rarely see at the top level. Clearly, Nihal in some preparation already. But looks like Anish is not budging. Anish is playing super quickly, and it seems like he's still very much in prep.
Yeah, I mean, he has 2 extra minutes on the clock, and he's not even sitting at the board, so he's kind of showing a clear signal. Your preparation has not worked for me, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. So close Sicilian. Yeah, so close Sicilian for the audience here. Close Sicilian means when white does not play the move d4. So that when you play d4, it becomes open Sicilian. When you don't play d4, it becomes close Sicilian. And this is something very, very rarely played at the classical level, at least.
Yes, I think Nihal has come here with an idea to experiment. He's like, I don't want to play the lines which Anish would already have played maybe 100 times. I will play something fresh, make him think. But Anish is like, sorry, Nihal, I'm prepared here as well. Look at Anish's time, 132.
You know, the problem is, if you look at the past games from this position, especially with the move that Nihal played,
95.
Yeah, black has a spectacular record. White wins only 9%, 49% draws, and 32% wins. So Nihal better have a new, interesting idea up his sleeve. And Anish is doing well historically.
Well, maybe there's some Vishnu Prasanna idea. He's Mr. Vishnu Prasanna. If Anish plays NGE7 here, I think maybe Bishop G5 could be an idea, yes?
Yes.
Before the knight getting that F6 square, maybe that's what he wants.
And black sometimes just plays H6 here.
But then knight F6. Oh,
Bishop F6.
Bishop F6.
Bishop F6, and now it's already quite tricky. I mean, if you don't know what to do here, it's very easy to go wrong.
But the pace Anish is moving at, he will find castles, just ignoring that bishop, and somehow I think pieces are getting exchanged. And I would think maybe Nihal needs a new idea, less known idea here.
Yeah, I don't know what will happen. What will Anish play? There's also, is this a possible move? Knight C E7?
Nice.
Now you're thinking very clever because
F6.
very, very clever, very clever. You also don't give up control of the F6 square, which is super, super important. I like this move actually. It's very practical, Sagar bhai.
It's looking good, but the bar is like, sorry, we don't like your suggestion here. Maybe White gets a small edge by bringing the other knight. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. This knight didn't have a role, no good squares. Now it has a role at least, and black will again have the same problem after the trade. But regardless, I think Anish looks prepared. So he is thinking, what is the best defense here? Definitely an option as well, knight c7.
Okay. So we have a nice new opening here. Let's go to the next one. Which game should we go to?
Let's go to Karthik against Wonder Leong. So we have a more normal setup, but again, we are seeing a lot of fianchettos today.
Yeah.
This is the Magnus effect. It's the Magnus effect, no? Because Magnus plays Catalan, he played it in the World Championship, and since then, a lot of players have gone for it.
Yeah, this H6 move is also very typical these days. You just touch your rook pawn, you move one step ahead. It's a good move. You move 2 steps ahead. Often it becomes a brilliant move. So, it's being played so often. By the way, here, a wonder, being super well prepared, he takes on C4.
Yeah, maybe knight e5. Let's win that pawn back. Karthik, of course, I think looks, this is a very normal structure. I'm sure he's prepared. But I think Leong has hit his preparation perfectly here.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see. Karthik and Murli, last minute addition in the Masters section. He was going to play the challengers, then Fedo CF couldn't make it. And so Karthikeyan is here. He started off with a draw yesterday, while Awonder Liang lost his game to Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, and as they think, maybe it's time to have a look at the Pranav against Vincent game. Vincent, of course, wants to win this game, gets so lead, and again a fianchetto. I think today is the theme of the day.
Yeah, and also this reminds us of the setup which Anish has taken, but with the white side. If we can have Pranav and Vincent on our screen, I think Pranav is also doing the same thing here, that he doesn't want theory against Vincent, who is very well prepared. Can we go from the first move? Did it start with 1 e4?
Yeah, 1 e4. Bishop b5 check.
This is the Moscow variation, I think, and then very similar to close Sicilian, like you mentioned.
But this bishop on e2 is thinking like, I had a beautiful future on b5. What just here? I came back on e2, d3, c4. I'm completely blocked.
Absolutely, but I think white will at some point play d4, and the bishop sort of has a better future, I think, once that happens. So maybe it's still a close Sicilian, but I think it has potential to be open Sicilian very, very soon.
I have a question for our viewers here. Let's see how many of you are very strong. If black castles and then white plays d4, pawn takes, knight takes, what is this structure called for white? Does anyone know here? The pawns on e4 and c4. What do you call it? Yes, you can shout out. Wow.
Yes.
C3 bind. That's amazing. Yeah, round of applause for the young kid there. Brilliant. I think today we are going to have to ask some tough questions. Yeah, the viewers are very strong.
Absolutely. I'm very, very impressed with that.
Yeah, let's see, guys. I'll throw a tough question. Let's have it.
math, of course, like, I don't think I do that.
Later.
Yeah, to be honest, I think we might see one of these players someday playing the Chennai Grandmasters 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and this might be the an initiation point for their journey. Who knows?
True. I remember Vidit once saying that he was like 10 years old and he went to Hyderabad to see the World Cup that was happening in India. And that is the first time he saw Vishy Anand, and that really inspired him. So I guess it might be the same story for many of you here. You'll go inside, you will see some top player, and that will inspire you.
Meanwhile, I think in the Nihal game, we've seen that move, 97. So maybe Bishop G5 could happen any moment now. Nihal Sareen thinking about it. He's not even looking at the board, which he rarely does.
Yeah, Nihal doesn't need the board. Why does he need the board? Yeah, the board is in his head. He's all the time calculating, looking up at the ceiling. It reminds me a bit of Vasily Ivanchuk. He also never looks at the board. He's looking somewhere else. But he's calculating. And what are the chances Bishop G5 happens here?
Yeah, so Anish thought for about 6 minutes before he played Knight G7, which makes me think that Nihal is ready for that fight. But I think maybe Anish is kind of out of prep. What do you think, Sagar bhai?
I don't know if he's out of prep here, because I'm pretty sure that 6 minutes is a difficult time to be sure. Sometimes 6 minutes are used to recollect your theory.
Correct.
That you have prepared. But it could very well be that he doesn't remember it, or he has never studied it. Let's see. That's what Nihal wants. Nihal wants that Anish is out of his prep.
Yeah, and also Nihal played that move in style. Yeah, put the bishop with some momentum, almost threw it on G5. So he's feeling some energy in his play. But I think Anish, so far what we have seen, I agree with you, Sagar. I think he is kind of recalling his prep. He knows what's happening in the position.
Also, let's address that a very simple move here, like short castle, can be very deadly for Anish here.
Right? Why?
Because white has this knight to f6 check.
Okay.
Black moves the king. And now you have queen d2, very important prophylactic move.
Stopping at 6. Huh?
Exactly. You stop h6 ideas and then you throw h4, h5. And suddenly Anish is in trouble.
In fact, Sahaj, if you play h6, apparently the best move is h4. They say you want to take it, you can take it. Yeah, you're free to grab it.
So cool. That's so cool. That's so beautiful line actually, because h6, if you took the pawn with your bishop, then the f6 knight was hanging. And now h4, you cannot take the bishop. It's a beautiful mate. Wow.
It's very, very cool indeed.
If this is going to happen, we are going to have a lot of fun here. Did we see all the games in the Masters? We did see Karthik, a wonder. We saw Van Forest, Arjun. Maybe Van Forest, Arjun, we should look at it in more depth, yes?
Yes, let's go and look at it, because the position is still very symmetrical, like you predicted. And Van Forest looks to be better prepared here, but it is Arjun. Arjun might be recalling, some line that he has done in the past. I'm sure he must have played this position in the past as well. So it's only a matter of what you play rather than, how you play.
Correct.
Because he knows probably many different setups here from the black side.
Maybe taking the knight on e5 is the most direct idea here, but may not work so well. Yeah, after pawn takes, now the d5 pawn is hanging, but we could counter attack the e5 pawn by knight g4 maybe.
And then we go maybe queen d5, I guess, or queen d4, something like that. Yeah, because the e7 pawn kind of falls to. So there are some traps in this position that Arjun has to be careful of.
Arjun shouldn't take here on e5, I guess.
Probably not, but you can technically do the copycat system and just keep playing whatever white is playing. White plays knight e5, we play knight e4, and that's it. We just keep copying the opponent.
That's a good idea. Actually, knight e4 could be very much possible here. Maybe rook c8 as well. Again, guys, look at this. Arjun Erigaisi not looking at the board, looking elsewhere, trying to remember his lines.
It's amazing how strong the visualization the players have, right? You can visualize the entire game in your mind sometimes. It's insane. Like, they don't need the board. We have 2 boards, a bar, an engine, 3 commentators. They have nothing and they can still play better chess.
Yeah, that's true. I guess you are very right. Visualization is so important in chess. And maybe, Sajbhai, you would like to tell our viewers what is a good way that they can improve their visualization. Do you know any technique that is very helpful?
When I was younger, my dad used to play blindfold chess with me a lot. So basically, I would be, wearing a blindfold, and then my dad would just be playing properly. And after some time, my dad started removing the pieces from the board.
Oh,
But that was an exercise for me because I needed to know that I had this piece at this moment. Initially, for the first few weeks, I struggled with it a bit, and then eventually it became a lot better. So blindfold chess, I think, is a very, very big one here because most strong chess players, I'm sure, Sagarba, you have better input here, but most strong chess players are calculating in their minds. They're not calculating with their eyes.
for sure. I mean, I was coming here and in the flight, I solved 6 positions with Vidit, who was not even having a board and he was just solving blindfolded. And I think for top players, having a board, not having a board does not make a huge difference.
Absolutely.
And they have trained themselves. I think that's very important. You can train yourself. And Rook C8, played by Arjun.
Yeah, Arjun, I think, wants to not copy his opponent. He wants that slight imbalance, as we discussed yesterday. So anything wrong that Jordan plays, Arjun is ready to take over.
No, now Jordan can respond with Rook C1, which would still be very much in line with the copycat system,
Yeah.
and then Arjun can still play knight e4. So it is still very much possible. But yeah, Arjun probably is not gonna do that because he likes imbalances. He likes those shock positions. Oh, by the way, Sagar bhai, maybe we can switch to Pranav versus Vincent because he did actually end up playing d4, and we did get the Maroczy bind structure that you mentioned a bit earlier.
This,
But what structure is this for black? This is a bit strange, no? Because you have hedgehog, and then you also have this dragon setup.
you have the with the
Yeah.
bishop on g7, bishop on b7, and white has this very strong center. If we can have Pranav and Vincent here, by the way, we just saw Jordan making the move rook c1, still symmetry possible there. But if we look at Pranav, I think he should be happy with what he has gotten in the opening. But I also believe Vincent would be pleased because what you want as black is an imbalanced position when your opponent is around 120 elo points lower than you. You want
Exactly.
a fighting game of chess.
Exactly. You don't want symmetry in the position. So it's good for Pranav to sort of go into this try to play for a win, and maybe he can slip up somewhere.
Yeah, sure. And so this one will be very interesting. I guess, yeah, castles here by Vincent.
Vincent, by the way, gave a slight stare to Pranav there once Pranav played his move. Have you ever faced a psychological tactic sometimes? People will stare at you sometimes. Have you seen something like this in your own games?
I have always found my opponent staring at me to be very, very difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
Especially when someone's younger than me, I feel very tensed. But then I found the solution to it. I stopped playing chess. No, but yeah, I couldn't find a solution. Yeah, and maybe the best solution is just to not see your opponent. But then I guess some players just find it natural to keep staring at each other, and that we see a lot even at top level. Players do have that stare off against each other.
Yeah.
By the way, Pranav making a slight inaccuracy
Why is
there.
this an inaccuracy? This is so natural.
I think it seems natural, and if I was playing as white, I would play bishop e3 in a heartbeat, just
Yeah.
like Pranav did. But I
Yeah.
think that's the problem because apparently black has this idea of playing e6 and d5.
E6. Oh.
So the white's bishop should have been on g5, where it could pin the queen and prevent this e6 d5 push. Maybe Vincent sort of expected this, and so it pays off. Yeah.
It's very interesting because after h6, you now come back to e3. And I think at some point that extra tempo of Queen D2 attacking the pawn gives White enough time to kind of bring the rook together. So I think very, very interesting position. Pranav playing the most logical move. And I'm pretty sure Vincent is going to break in the center with D5.
Yeah, Vincent, if he plays E6 and D5, he would definitely equalize the game. But then the question is, does he want to equalize? Because he might also want to keep it imbalanced. He knows that Pranav is an aggressive player. This could be his chance to get to 2 out of 2. These are all the psychological elements that are going on in the background. Also, the time. Pranav has 132 and Vincent is 14 minutes down on the clock.
Oh, maybe he should have spent a bit more time on that move. I think Bishop E3, you can sometimes feel the momentum in your way. And I think Vincent is going to have a slight think here yet again. Can we switch the cameras to the Nihal game? Because we've had a few exchanges there, and not this position though.
Oh,
Bishop G5, H6 right away.
H6 played. Did he go Bishop F6?
Bishop E7
Oh, he
taken.
took.
That is quite interesting.
He took knight
Knight takes, queen takes, and now h4. So the bar seems to favor Anish, but I'm guessing Nihal's idea is that he wants to play bishop to h3,
Oh,
exchange the light square bishop, and then keep this good knight versus bad bishop scenario, right? Where you have that
so amazing.
outpost on d5. Some deep preparation could be by Nihal's side.
So let's put it this way: if h4 he played, right?
Yeah.
If black castles, bishop h3, bishop e6. Now bishop takes bishop.
Queen takes.
Queen takes, yeah.
We take with the queen, yeah, or pawn takes.
Golden pawn.
No, I was thinking now knight goes c3.
Yeah.
And then puts itself on d5, and that should be good for white.
Exactly. So this is, I think, what the idea is revolving around for Nihal.
So that's why I wanted to take with the pawn on e6 to cover the d5 square for the knight to not come there. But maybe my bishop on g7 still is very ugly.
So we have a difficult question for the viewers right now.
Okay.
What is the best move in this position for white? It is absolutely insane.
Really?
If
It is
if Nihal finds this, I'll be shocked.
I will be shocked if anyone says this. Yes.
We also have very strong players here, GMs here, WIMs, many strong viewers. Guys, what should white play? Go for it.
Castles is a good move, but there is a better one on the board. But it's a very crazy move. So think about your queen. How does your queen want to get activity in this position? Where do you want to put your queen?
I want to put my queen on the king side. Yeah, g4.
Exactly.
Oh, is it knight g1?
Yes.
Way.
Well done.
No
Nice.
way.
But it's an insane move, I think.
See, where is the knight going from here?
I think it's going to h3, where you will probably play f4 at some point.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's a very crazy line.
Wow.
Could this be
Amazing.
Nihal's prep?
Well, we don't know that. Oh, by the way, Anish is like, Nihal, I'm not letting you come ahead. He goes h5. And now bishop h3. I'm pretty sure this is going to happen. Although with this move, Anish also opens up the h6 square for his dark squared bishop to come out at some point. So interesting.
And also if bishop h3 now, I think you can take, and maybe black has some time, right? For example, black can castle, I don't know, maybe can go f5, and somehow you can't even castle anymore as white. It takes a bit longer. So by the time you get your knight here, I think it might be a bit too late.
Also, if let's say we do queen d2 at some point, then the bishop will pop out to h6.
And
that
stop you.
could get very risky. Yeah, it's a very nice point that the king will get stuck on e1.
Absolutely. And also h5 is a nice positional idea as well, because if we think about eliminating the bishops from this position, right?
Yeah.
It's white who wants to play h5 because you're fixing a pawn on the light square. And by default, black has to fix his pawn on the dark squares. And since black's bishop is a dark squared bishop, it limits the activity of its own pieces. So h5, I think, a nice positional move by Anish there.
Correct. Very nice. So this was pretty good. What about Vidit's game against Ray Robson? Should we go there?
Absolutely, and I think we left it at e3, right?
Yeah.
And e6 was with its choice. Knight comes out, pawn to c5, b3 as expected, knight to d7, and this is the current position. So both players actually playing it very slow.
Very slowly played here. Vidit also going to fianchetto his bishop on b7, bring his bishop out, castle. I believe this is going to be a very long battle ahead with very few exchanges.
Yes, yes. White goes bishop d3, knight to e5, f4, the typical
Oh
Collie setup.
Oh my god. This
And,
is something that is very, very interesting for some players, Put the bishop on d3, knight e5, f4, castle, bring your rook up to f3, then
Yes.
put the rook on h3. It's
Yes.
like they've studied this and they play it over and over again.
And that's why this square, this one square is all black has, nothing else. You want to put the bishop here, hopefully the knight on e4.
Correct.
And when the knight comes in, you kick it back or even play f5 in some cases and hold that attack and basically block this bishop.
Absolutely. By the way, I do want to quickly go to Pranav versus Vincent again because he did play the move e6 in this position. So he did play the best move. And I think d5 is incoming. And according to the bar, at least d5 is a better. It's
D5
already
is the
better for
best
black.
move,
Yeah, it's already better for black.
Better or you think equal? Because
Must be
imagine
equal.
that black goes now d5, pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes, knight takes, knight takes, bishop takes. Do you think like this is just very even, or is there something that black can say, that's very interesting for me?
Vincent with that pawn on f3, being the slightly higher rated player, winning the first game, he will push for a long time.
Here in this position.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he will not let this go. And of course, as white, you don't want to be in this situation. Like if we were playing against Pranav, he would not have this position. I think there's also this psychological element of having like a world top 15 player in front of you.
I've been watching Vincent very closely in many tournaments recently, and my feeling is he doesn't play d5 here because I think he wants to keep that juice alive in the game. Rook c8 or queen c7, all these moves. What do you guys think? Yeah, d5. You think d5?
D5, he's going for D5.
Okay.
I do agree with you in that sense because d5 feels it simplifies the position a bit too much. And also looking at Pranav's time, he's still an hour and 30 minutes, still on the clock, and it feels like he's still in prep. So that's another factor that if my opponent is in prep, I don't want to make the most direct move on the board.
So he won't go.
I don't think
He
so.
will go.
I think he will keep the tension in the board and save d5 for for the next one. A move like rook e8 also seems quite nice.
Rook e8 with the idea later to look at e3 bishop.
Yes, rook takes e3 on the horizon somewhere. That can be quite interesting. But what's interesting to me is that Pranav is playing too fast in this position.
Too fast. Yeah, he's showing that he's prepared. I don't know if he's bluffing or he's really prepared. But maybe in the crowd, guys, do you think Vincent will play d5 here? Maybe. We also have Vincent's dad here. And do you think Vincent will go d5? No idea. Yeah, well, I think it's a very, very key moment here whether d5 will happen, will not happen. And I think that will determine the future path of this game. And also, just to tell all our viewers here, players generally prefer to come to tournaments with someone, whom they can trust deeply and can be with. It happens in all events. It's 9 days long, often 10 days. With travel, it goes to 11 or 12 days. And at that point, if you are alone to a tournament, it can get very lonely, especially if you lose games and so on. So I've seen here, for example, Ray Robson and Wander Leong, they spend time with each other. Arjun is here with his mother. We see Vincent is here with his dad.
we've seen Vidit, who's alone here, but today or tomorrow his wife will be here already. So, that way everyone needs this emotional support as a top player.
Absolutely. In fact, remember when Fabi won the candidates, I think he had that loss before the rest day. And people asked him, what did you do to recover from that loss? He said, I went and saw a movie with Kazimdanov. So, you want to relax sometimes, and sometimes chess is not the answer to come out of that loss.
Yeah, that's also the job of a trainer or a second, not always chess. They also have to gauge what the player is feeling like. Someday, you just can't work on chess. You have to do something else.
True. And meanwhile, Vincent, as he makes that crucial decision, might decide the game. Maybe we can jump to Arjun's game as well. Because Rook C1, Arjun is still thinking. I'm a bit shocked by that.
Arjun, for the first time ever, 20 minutes down on the clock after how many moves?
10 moves played by Arjun.
Oh my god.
So he's thinking on his 11th move. I think probably he knows knight e4, which makes the position entirely symmetrical. But it's not Arjun like. Yeah, he likes messy positions. He likes imbalanced situations. We know that. I think probably something like h6 and g5 can be very Arjun like here, because let's create something.
E6. He did push a pawn one square ahead. I'm a bit scared for that bishop on f5 that he's blocked it. It's a question mark move for the engine. Arjun gets up. 20 minutes down. Oh my god, what is this? Is it a mistake?
I think this emote should be replaced by an Arjun emote, yeah, because this is typically what he does. Always like the second, the third, the fourth preferred move of the engine, something that gives his opponent a chance to change the character, and then he hopes he'll get a chance to strike back.
No, but if this is a mistake,
Yeah.
then maybe Jordan is like, I have got Arjun where I wanted him to be. Like, take him to an equal position, and then Arjun will be like uncomfortable because he doesn't want to draw, and then he will try too hard, perhaps. Do you think that's what has happened?
It could be. I mean, but Arjun tries, every single game, and yes, you can use that against him. And judging by the time, it could very well be the case. But I'm still gonna say that Arjun looks comfortable, at least in situations like that.
It should be a good move for white here. H3.
H3 can be good. Yes, H3 is a good move.
G4 to trap the bishop, and H5, for black or what?
H5, white plays, I don't know, E3 perhaps.
We are again have both bishops now wondering what are we doing in our lives.
Yeah, but now it's a question of when white plays G4, because that bishop on F5, it seems like an active piece, but it's also, it can be a vulnerability in black's position as well, because it doesn't have any spaces that it can go back to. So, and that threat of G4 is always there. So I'm going to be a bit careful from Arjun's side here.
Chat has a funny comment when you're talking about visualization, trying to play blindfold chess. Somebody mentioned that's like telling someone to improve bike riding by entering the Tour de France. But I think you start baby steps. Yeah? You kind of, you put in effort, you keep putting pressure there, trying to force your brain to visualize the board, and slowly it comes.
I think the best way is to take one position and then think about it without a board. And then have very few pieces, then take one more, and before you know it, you can be like Sahaj Bhai, grandmaster, playing blindfolded, and so on.
I hope much stronger. But yes, that is a great way to improve your visual. Actually, this is one of the exercises we did as well. That you have an endgame position with very few pieces on the board. You look at it for 10 seconds. And then you take all the pieces away, and then you try to put the pieces back as many times as you can do it. Until, you see the position for 5 seconds, it's basically printed in your mind. That's the final result. I could do it at one point, but not these days. It's a bit harder.
True. It's also, practice is very important. It's not a skill like, let's say, walking or driving or swimming, that you acquire it once and then it's there for lifetime. You have to keep nurturing it.
Yes.
You have to keep on working on it. Oh, and Jordan goes H3, guys. Wow. Arjun's bishop is in some trouble. I'm very curious what Arjun will do here.
I will not be shocked. He shows up, writes the move, and plays the move in 5 seconds.
I also think he will play it immediately because he knows h3 is the most natural move. But what will he play?
So there is h6 as well, there is h5, and then there is knight e4 apparently. These three moves seem to be the most
How is
interesting.
knight e4 even working?
Because g4, I'll throw g5.
Oh,
G5.
Yeah, now it looks like an Arjun.
Arjun position.
Yeah, that's what Arjun wants. Yeah, fire on board. And look at Anish there. Anish is like, what's going on here? It's his country made there. We have the Dutch number 1 and number 2 here.
Okay, let's count the seconds. One.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. He writes down his move. 4, 5. Looks away. And now comes up ahead. Make the move, Arjun.
For
Come on.
sure, he thought about h3.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just recollecting his thoughts, trying to go through the lines one more time
Yes.
before he plays. Because g5 is not an easy move to make,
Yeah.
right, Sagar bhai?
True. I was not even thinking about it. For me, the most natural move is h5. But yeah, you are right. Arjun will try for something more complex. Knight e4 and did by the way, Sahil bhai, did Vincent go for d5 or he did not?
He did not.
Let's
So
go.
you were
Oh.
absolutely on point. He played queen to c7, but apparently that's a slight mistake.
Well, it's because he didn't go d5, right?
Yeah.
The computer says sorry, and now rook c1, rook c8. We have this complex position. Let's have Vincent and Pranav on our screen here.
So now we have a typical Maroksi bind position.
Yeah.
Very, very typical because black usually wants to play d5, and white's goal is to how I can stop d5. Basically, that's what it's about. But it's a bit strange because Vincent did have the opportunity to play d5 all just now, and the rest of the game, or at least in the middle game, he's gonna try to push the same pawn. Maybe he can also try something like knight e5, rook d8. And you remember that game of Vishy sir where he went at king h8, rook g8, and
yes.
g5.
Yes.
That can be quite interesting here as well.
That's a very interesting idea. I think it's also inspired by Bobby Fischer
Yes.
playing against Ulf Anderson. This plan of king h1, rook g1 in that game with white. But here king h8, rook g8, and then g5, g4. But also there are these ideas like queen b8, queen a8, and so many different concepts in the hedgehog. So I think Vincent has just taken a bit of risk here. He's saying to himself, I am the higher rated player and I think I can outplay Pranav. Meanwhile, Pranav is like, thanks Vincent for a nice position to me, and I'm going to now try and beat you here.
Absolutely looks very, very tense in this position. And meanwhile, maybe we should switch to Nihal versus Anish because there is that position. Remember?
Oh, it happened.
Yep, we were discussing this a bit earlier that the bishops are going to get exchanged, and then we're going to be left with that good knight versus bad bishop situation.
Oh, what is the easiest way to draw here? Yeah, bishop takes knight, queen takes, and then you also put your bishop on h6, and it's super symmetry, 100% symmetry. Draw.
But why not bishop f3? I'm wondering. What happens on bishop f3? Just kind of, keeping your f pawn blocked, attacking your rook.
Rook g1, no?
Rook g1 looks very logical.
But now somehow it's a bit uncomfortable for white.
Wow, what are you saying? This is better for black.
Yeah,
What
so
happened here?
bishop f3 just looks so logical.
Sahil, you with your magic, yeah, here. What just happened? It's now like rook g1, bishop h6 for black.
I think it's apparently rook g1 and b5, just opening it up on the queen side. So
And I take the pawn.
yeah, if you play let's say rook g1, b5, you take the pawn, and now simply d5.
What the hell?
That
This is crazy engine
And
chess.
if I take another pawn, he takes d5, you go e4, yes?
I'm not taking both of those. There is no way he will convince me.
Yeah, I think now apparently rook d8 or even bishop d5 works. But these are engine lines. But bishop f3 is logical. It is a human move, right?
Yeah.
You want to kind of attack.
So maybe after a move like bishop f3, since your plan is to play b5, I can go queen f4 check first.
Okay.
Oh,
You move the king, and then I move my rook to g1.
Okay, I can't bring the queen in. King f8.
Is that good? Because now you
Yeah,
don't
that
have
looks
this
good.
b5, d5 funny business.
He's going bishop. Do you think Anish, actually, generally, I thought Anish wants to take the knight. That's my feeling here.
No, bishop takes bishop looks very risky. I feel like
He played bishop
Played.
f3.
Played.
nice.
Wow.
Guys, if what Sahil just showed, rook g1, b5 happens here, that would be insane. But at the same time, what Sahaj said, first a check, makes a lot of sense because black has to break the castling rights.
And
Yeah, and also to prevent b5, and then we just move the rook, and still it feels like Anish is suffering here a bit because on the dark square, especially the d5 square, it looks a bit risky.
You think Anish is suffering? Wow. Very interesting. Okay.
yeah, I'm not sure actually. Because somehow with the king on e1, I'm a bit nervous for white as well. And in this current position, in the
check.
second played. Wow.
Wow. Nihal Sareen here showing his class. Check. King f8, of course. Don't want to go to d8.
Yeah.
And
Anish
now we
also-
move the rook either to g1 or to h2. Does it matter where? I'm not sure.
Optically, g1 looks a bit better. h2 looks like has no
Thing
squares.
is, I want the option of knight g1.
Oh,
Kick the bishop.
wow.
That's why I like rook h2 a bit more. Because that will force you to go bishop g4, and then again we're back into the same position where it's good knight versus bad bishop. So maybe rook h2 in this position, and I don't know. I like this position for Nihal way more.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Could be that this is matter of taste here, but
Could be.
we'll see how this goes on. I like this game a lot for the strategic aspect of it. You know, which pieces to trade, which to keep on the board, what pawn structure to take, all of these deep questions. Should we shift our attention to the challengers section and look at this game, which I had a very big interest in, Adiman versus Vaishali, the clash of generations, two Chennai lads here against each other, Chennai players. Okay, we have Vaishali there.
And we can
So we
see
have the Gruntfield defense. Okay, it's very, very typical with bishop b5 check. Looks like Adiban is in preparation more, if I am not mistaken. But I really want to discuss this final move that he played h4. So this is AD, yeah?
This is Adiban.
This is Adiban just showing. Yeah, let's go for it with that h5 push. Maybe you can take on g6, open up the h file, get the queen via g4 to h4, something like that. Or in the plan B can be here to play h5 and h6 and keep that pawn on h6 long term.
I like Adiban's chances here. Also, the knight can jump in the center to d4 for white. Looks good, no, for AD?
Looks very, very good.
there's a move that the computer really loves here, which is risky. And it says black is absolutely fine after the only move f5.
No, we are touching the golden ball.
It
I
is-
don't like it. I
But
don't like
in the Grunfeld, pushing f5 is a common idea.
True.
But f5, what if I take the pawn, Sahil bhai?
Yeah, you take with the g pawn, and somehow I think rook f7 and keeping it solid. And
d5 pawn is become a bit
Yeah.
weak there. Although I must say, after knight f4, h6 traps the bishop.
But bishop h6,
What?
queen h5 in the next move. Is it nothing?
Oh my
Now?
god.
Queen h5 is bad.
Yeah, the knight.
Oh wait, we can take bishop f4, queen g6.
Yeah.
I was hoping some ideas there, but yeah, nothing. Oh, but there is bishop takes f5.
Which one?
Bishop h6, bishop h6, and bishop takes f5.
Sure.
f5. What the hell? Oh, rook
Wow.
f5, queen g4.
Yes, rook f5, queen g4, and if bishop f4, still queen g4.
Wow. Okay, maybe bishop f5 is such a nice move, and Sahaj just like mentioning that.
And it's so tempting, AD might realize it's worse and still go for it, yeah?
Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
for that, Vaishali has to first play
Yeah.
f5.
True.
I'm pretty doubtful of that fact, whether that will happen or not. Maybe what's the more human way? I think a5 with the idea of b4. could be another way. Can we go directly b4? Oh, that looks bad, right? b4, I just take it.
Yeah.
Even after something like a5 and b4, I was thinking to just go c takes b4 and give you the rook, because
Yes.
that's also another very common theme in the grunt,
Exactly.
right? To give up the a rook.
h5. Yeah, go h5.
Yeah, just go h5, b4, you just take it, and then queen a1, and then you have that control over the dark squares, and the king side becomes a bit weak, and AD loves these positions.
Right.
So
Nice. Okay, guys, she plays queen b7. Vaishali, but now h5. Or maybe AD has a better move, yeah? Knight g3 or what?
I would put a knight on e2 maybe, having both options. I like
Yeah,
the
I
option
don't
of-
like knight g3.
Yeah.
Pawn is also hanging. Okay, knight d4 here.
Yeah, maybe knight d4, maybe h5, yeah, continuing on your plan as you mentioned.
Wow.
It's very logical.
I like h5 a lot in this position actually. So yeah, quit f5 not pushed. And by the way, even after a move like h5, black still has to find f5. So Vaishali in some trouble in this position for sure.
I think, in a way, I would say when Vaishali was growing up and was a very little kid, Adiban was someone who, like used to motivate her. And now at this point, both have become grandmasters. Both are facing each other at the Chennai grandmasters in the challengers sections. It's such a nice feeling to see them against each other.
Yeah. And regardless of the result, I think Adiban will be proud, yeah?
Yes.
And I think maybe as we look at the challenges, maybe it's the right opportunity to take a very short break, and we'll be back on the other side.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second round of the QUANTBOX Chennai Grandmasters 2025. We had a small break. On the other side, we are joined by Sahaj Grover and Kincho Tot. Hello.
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you so much for having me once again, and welcome to our audience here at the venue. We have a lot of young fans today, of course, next to the regular audience as well. So,
I think let's maybe jump to the games. But yeah, very very nice to see everyone here. Sagar bhai, maybe we should start with the challengers games first, and then we should switch to the Masters section.
Yes, let's go to Adipan versus Vaishali, the game that we were looking at. Sahaj, you have some very interesting stats about this game. They have played with each other before.
Oh yes, I actually. So they have played against each other. 4 times, I believe.
4 times.
4 times against each other, and the score is 2.5, 1.5 to Adivan. However, there has only been one classical game between one another in Tata Steel, I believe it was, in 2023, if memory serves me right. Yep, it was Tata Steel, and the match ended in a draw.
Okay.
So it only one game which was a draw, and the second game is happening right now, and looks like AD is having a good position here.
So after the queen came up, we took a break of roughly 10 minutes or maybe more, and Adipan has not played his move at all. He's still thinking.
and rightfully so, because honestly, we finished sort of the development. All of our minor pieces are out. The king is already in safety, and I assume that there has to be a plan.
Yes. And I believe that he wants to push his pawn forward one step to h5, but he is a bit worried perhaps of the f pawn moving forward. I don't know. He must be calculating this deeply. So, very intense position. Definitely good chances for Adiban. Let's go to one more position here. One player who's doing really well today is Leon Mendonça against Abhimanyu Puranik, who's the top seed of the tournament. Leon has a very serious edge.
Yep, and you know what the weird part for me in this position is that what is that pawn doing on d2? Usually that pawn should be on b2, and that is a normal, I think, Sveshnikov position. I think we've seen similar situations in Caruana Carlson match, right? I think we had very similar situations there. But that pawn on d2 is so strange. But apparently it's quite good because at some point you can throw d4
Right.
and gain that control in the center.
Yeah, this is looking very promising for White. In fact, Leon won his game yesterday as well. He managed to beat his opponent Harshvardhan. And then, after such a tiring game, you know what he did before coming for dinner?
What?
He went out and played badminton.
Wow.
Oh,
And he's booked a badminton court for every single day, which just goes to show how much importance these players are giving to physical fitness.
Hmm.
it also helps quite a lot with mental health, right? Like, disconnecting just for a bit from chess and the heat of the tournament and
Yeah.
emptying your brain a bit and come back with a fresh mind. So it's not only, the physical health, but also the mental health. It helps a lot.
That's a great point because for chess you need to keep a clear head, and having these tense matches for 4 5 hours can be mentally very exhausting. So having that break from
Yeah.
thinking about chess all the time and focusing on other sports can be a great thing. In fact, last year I remember at Tata Steel, it was Ramesh and Prag and Vaishali and Divya and all of the players used to go and play badminton at night.
Yeah.
And so I think it's becoming a recurring thing. I think for a lot of these youngsters to keep their body fit and also their mind healthy.
Very important.
Definitely.
And by the way, Abhimanyu just plays his bishop to f6, and now the rook on a1 is slightly under pressure. Although White's idea in the long run would be to get d4 in, and eventually, if can break with c5, he would get a d passer.
Right, but somehow optically, if you ask me who is better here and who would you play as, I don't know. I still like Black's position somehow, but that's probably because I'm just really weirded out by this pawn on d2 because I mean look at some of the other games that they push the d pawn on the first move itself, and we are now on move 15 and the d pawn is still there. I mean, how rare is that?
Correct. Very rare. And I think Leon will definitely have to play this carefully to keep his advantage with white. Should we go to the next one here? In the challengers, we also have Indian taking on Harika. And Indian versus Harika is a very, very important clash, especially for Harika. She started off with a loss in round one. She would want that bleeding to stop, but it is possible that she's already in some trouble out of the opening. Yes.
Absolutely. I think Kinshaw in this position, I feel like that especially the d5 square looks up for grabs.
Yeah,
I think Harika can be in some trouble.
White's position here is really, really comfortable. We're soon taking the d file as well. The d file as well with the rook after queen e2, rook f d1. And White has, I feel like, no problems. It seems like a very ideal position, quite comfortable. And you're right ahead. The d5 square is soon to be taken.
I somehow really like this move, bishop takes f6. It feels very committal, but I would not be opposed to playing a move like bishop takes f6 and putting my knight on d5, because once again, if we think about the end phase here, we want a good knight versus bad bishop, the bad bishop being the bishop on e7, of course. And of course, I'm not opposed to having a good bishop versus bad bishop either, where we have a bishop on c4 and black has a bishop on e7. In both cases, we want the black bishop on e7 to remain.
Yeah. Actually, Kinshaw, you were telling yesterday that you are a Mora Gambit player. And this position does remind me a bit of Mora Gambit with all the pieces this way. On the upside, black is not a pawn up here, so white it's equal material.
That is also why I'm very, very much saying that this is so comfortable because, yes, as you were saying, it very much resembles Mora Gambit's positions. In those cases as well, we always put the rooks on c1 and d1, and then we just pressure black's position. And yeah, but the upside is that we are not even down a pawn, so I'm even more like inclined to say that white is doing fantastic here.
That's a great point, by the way, Sagar bhai, because if you just add a pawn for black on d6,
Yes.
this is literally Mora Gambit.
Yes.
What? Yeah, you have this amazing vision. Wow.
Yeah, it's a standard position.
Yeah.
And looking good here for Indian. Should we go to the game between our two leaders, Diptayan Ghosh and Pranesh M? Both won their games yesterday, now against each other. And the last move that has been played by them is Queen A4, D takes E5. Oh, I see now. The knight is not hanging because the bishop is hanging.
Absolutely. And by the way, this is a very important matchup because Sagar bhai, both of these players qualified from the Chennai qualifiers, the online one, and they were both playing in the finals against each other. So in the qualifiers, Pranesh defeated Diptayan, and in the finals, Diptayan defeated Pranesh.
So it's 1-1.
It's 1-1. No, they have played some 6 times against each other, but the score is some 3.5, 2.5 to Pranesh. Only one classical game between each other in Delhi Open in 2020, I think it was.
Wow.
Wait, what?
His bishop on h7.
Wow.
Diptayan.
Right. Okay,
Because-
so what's the idea here? Because I would immediately think even knight takes could work here.
Yeah, knight takes, and then just queen takes pawn, queen takes knight, and Diptayan is saying, I'm a pawn up here, and I have a very good position.
Yeah, I think it's a very good position, but I think Pranesh has to find counterplay really, really quickly.
Not easy, yeah.
Definitely
I mean,
not easy.
I feel like this is looking really good for Diptan. Although the engines are saying, hey, this is not a great move, bishop takes pawn. But I mean, if you take with the king here and I take your knight, you just a plain pawn down.
Absolutely.
Aren't there some ideas with, it might be a bit crazy, but some rook h8 and maybe it's putting some pressure on the h file would be my guess
Very
as
interesting.
of how to.
Kincho is definitely a Mora Gambit player, yeah.
He's going for a mating attack here. But yeah, you have to make do with whatever you have, right?
Yeah,
Like you are a pawn down, you have the open H file, go for it. But I do think that Diptayan right now has the practical edge in the game. The one game that we haven't looked yet is the game between Harshvardhan and the city mate of Sahaj here, Aryan Chopra. What do you think, guys? Here, White seems to have gotten into the black camp with the rook.
Yep. That pawn on d5 is probably a slight, maybe it's a bit too advanced for my taste. I would have liked that pawn to be on e4 and keep that square for a piece. But since that pawn is already there, I think maybe Aryan is a bit more comfortable here. Although it's a bit early to say. But so if I had to choose which color to be, I would choose black here, I think, because our pawn structure, they say a very famous chess player once said, the pawns are the soul of chess. So, and I like having an intact pawn structure in this position. Kincho, what do you think? Would you take black here or would you take white here?
It's not that easy of a question, honestly, because I do see some ideas maybe with bishop g5 at some point. In this very moment, I do think that black is comfortable, but at the same time, we cannot miss the fact that white already has a rook on the 7th rank, which we know is always super strong.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling like maybe black seems to be doing okay, but long term, I would definitely choose white here, actually.
Nice.
Really?
Mhm.
And Sagar bhai, what do you think?
Yeah, I also feel like this is a very balanced position. I love the fact that this pawn is now on this square for black because no white piece can come there. But at the same time, I don't like my cramped pieces as black. I want square for my knight. I can't find it anywhere. So it seems like very balanced position right now.
Mhm.
Very difficult to choose one. So that kind of covers all the challengers games. In fact, I think games are quite well balanced with Indian having an advantage against Harika and Leon having an advantage against Abhimanyu. Let's go to the Masters section. And should we start off with Arjun's game?
Yes, because that game, it felt a bit symmetrical, but it is Arjun. So,
So
we,
this bishop trapping idea, we were looking at it. The bishop could get trapped. So pawn was pushed to h3 by Jordan with the idea of g4. And then Arjun took, and it is a
Wow.
question mark move here. And you know what, guys? Jordan had to take with the pawn.
That is quite interesting. I feel like usually we don't really want to take with the pawn here because of the double pawn situation, and also we're sort of blocking the bishop. So why is the case that we have to take with the pawn here?
Yeah, that's a very good question because I think Arjun had prepared knight to e4 and perhaps now some very weird moves as Sahaj had actually spoken about this. If g4, then there's this move knight takes, let's say pawn takes, and it seems like the bishop is trapped here, but bishop e4, f3, and now maybe a question to our viewers here, a few of them, black to play, what do you do here? Anyone? We have a microphone there.
Mhm.
What, maybe if someone wants to answer, maybe we can give the mic to them. Black to play.
it's a very nice
You
question.
would like to answer?
Okay.
Maybe if we
microphone.
can give
Yeah.
her.
G5.
Wow.
Mm.
That's an amazing move. That's superb. Well done.
Very, very well done.
Good job.
It's the only move in the position, by the way, and black is now completely fine.
Yeah. That's a very nice move. And I think Arjun was banking on this. But actually, The engine says, well, here you take the knight with the bishop. If you take with the pawn, then g4 traps the bishop. So you take here, and now this insanely tough move, queen d2, Sahaj by Kinsho, because you stop g5, and now somehow this bishop is trapped.
Well, that is very nice to see, actually. I mean, it's it's a bit silent of a move, but at the same time, you're just tying yourself up as well. Like you're fixing all the issues in your position, and you're also like just here and there, you're threatening little things.
True, true, true. Because you are preventing black from playing g5, which is how our viewer just mentioned that the bishop can escape on the g6 square. So yeah, a very tough move to find for Jordan, but he didn't find that. Sagar, he went bishop takes
Took with the
c5, and
bishop.
honestly, this feels more logical, yeah, more practical. Like over the board, this is what you would play, especially against someone like Arjun.
Keeping it simple, yeah. Jordan said it's simple, but look at Arjun. He goes g5. He makes a square for his bishop to go back. It is risky chess what Arjun is doing, but I guess it's working out for him. Queen is attacking the pawn. Knight drops back, the best move. And now Jordan is thinking this is the live board position.
So
This
basically,
is not that common, no?
not at all, because initially it was a symmetrical situation, but Arjun says no with g5, but now it's Jordan who has to play g4 in this position, but which is not an easy decision. I feel.
Agreed. And if you take bishops here, I take back with my knight or even the king, and then my knight goes here. It looks very even, but it has some spice in the position because the pawn is on g5. You could go h5 potentially. So the game is still quite interesting. Let's check the other game here, which is Nihal Sareen versus Anish Giri.
Yep.
And look at Nihal there, looking very relaxed. Anish moving around. What's happening here? What are your thoughts, by the way, for this position, Kincho?
Not that easy to form, so quickly because many pieces already disappeared from the board, and we are getting closer and closer to an endgame. But there is definitely one thing to mention is the bishop on h3, which is slicing in black's position, and on the other hand, Anish's g7 bishop is right now looking at the pawn on e5, but maybe something like bishop h6 could improve that. So, well, you guys are the uh, end game experts, or like the positional players, I would say. Here I'm completely out of tactics and attacks. So,
No,
what do you guys think?
very, very far from it, from personally speaking. But if I had to choose a color, I would say Nihal basically has a free hand here. I don't see Nihal. It's almost feels like a two result position to me,
Wow.
because it
Okay.
doesn't feel like Anish has any counterplay. On the king side, it seems white is superior because white has that bishop on h3, like you mentioned. Black has that passive bishop on g7 in comparison. And in chess we say that a development is complete when your rooks connect with each other. In this case, black's king on f8 is a passive piece, so you need two moves, that is bishop to h6, king to g7, in order to complete your development. And that those two moves can be a bit costly.
Right.
And lastly, if we look at the queen side, it is only white who can break it open, right? Black cannot play a move like b5 or d5. It is only white who at some point can play a move like b4. So I feel Nihal has all the time in the world that he can take, and he can strategize. And yeah, maybe the position is equal, but I would choose to be white. What do you think, Sagar?
Sahaj, what you broke down this position was so nice. It in fact gives me an idea instantly that instead of preparing b4, can we just play it on this move? Look at this.
b4.
Here.
b4. And I think you are back. Yeah, now the tactics are back.
That's more like my kind of chess here, right? And suddenly my I had this like shine in my eyes, like, oh yes, we are back.
If we take with the pawn, the rook is hanging. If we take with the c pawn, a very typical idea here is to play a3, and then when you take here, I get my other rook in, and maybe all this is not needed. It's too much maybe to do all this, but it could be an idea, yeah, to break open the position.
Honestly, personally, I would enjoy this position with white, definitely, because suddenly we just have so many ideas, and I feel like it also fits Nihal's playing style a bit more. He's amazing at shorter time controls, so attacking is probably what's more of his plate.
Actually, Nihal is very tactical, but at the same time, he tries to play positionally and is very aware of tactics. So like he is this. These are the kinds of position he loves, because in these simple positions there are tactical opportunities.
Like an ultimate nightmare, and when it comes to online chess, faster formats. But yeah, b4, it feels very much like benko, reversed benko from the white side, where you're throwing up both of these pawns, b4 and a3, and playing on the a and b files. Looks very dangerous. But personally, if I can play b4 at any point, then I'm gonna take all the time in the world. Like, I'm gonna play a3. I'm gonna bring my rook to c1, rook to c3, rook b3, because black really doesn't really have a breakthrough.
This is a great plan again. Rook c1, rook c3, rook b3. Put the rook on b5, and then prepare b4.
Exactly. Wow. Exactly. I mean, you might say that the king on e2 is in the center and it's a bit exposed, but since the center is really closed, the position is pretty much closed. It's not really anything to worry about, at least for the next few moves. So I think it's good. I think it's good. If Anish was white here, I would say this is the type of position that Anish is very, very good at. Grinding out that small edge. So I think Nihal is doing well.
Okay. So here Nihal having 29 extra minutes and a slightly better position does look in a decent position. I mean, maybe he could even press for more. Let's head over to Ray Robson versus Vidit Gujarati. Ray Robson, Vidit, aha. Vidit seems to be super relaxed here. He has his knight in the center of the board, and I think that really helps to limit all of White's options.
True.
Definitely, it almost even seems like white is in a very very tough spot as of how to continue the moving around, because suddenly the b2 pawn is also kind of stuck, and our knights are also like stuck in there. So how would you guys continue moving forwards in this situation?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, one idea that I want to do as black is play f5 and then bring
That
my
golden
rook up,
pawn.
Yep. Yep.
touching the golden pawn. Sorry for that, Sahaj. But
No, this position, it's okay. I feel like you're doing it for tactical reasons, so it's more understandable, for sure. But however, one crazy fact about this position is we are discussing all of these other games. We're approaching the end game, and most pieces are exchanged. If you check, I think a Wonders game, it's the pure opposite colored bishop endgame on the board. However, in this game, not even a pawn is exchanged.
yeah, it's quite weird in that sense that the players are taking so much time. Only 13 moves have been played, but it also means that when we will go towards the middle game, the players will have less time, and we could expect a decisive result here. A lot of excitement.
Definitely, and especially with the no additional time, that's gonna be crucial times for the players. And from here, from the commentary, that's actually what we love to see. More action means more fun as well, and especially with live audience, it's even much better. So we can pass the questions and everything. So
True.
let's hope that we will have something fun coming out of this position.
Absolutely. And Sagar, bhai, if we can just take a very quick look at Karthikeyan versus Avander Liang, because I feel that game is about to finish.
No, what is happening? It's pawn up position for Karthikeyan here. He has an extra pawn, but you say it's about to finish. You think it's a draw?
I think so because we are approaching an absolute opposite colored bishop endgame. Even if white had a rook, black had a rook, this game would maybe the last one to finish because white would try so much to win here. You have a queen, you have a knight, anything that sort of removes this way to create a fortress from the black side. But right now, because it's an absolute opposite color bishop, it feels like this is going to end in a draw. And by the way, Sagar bhai, look at the time difference between these two players. That's
Water is very well prepared.
very, very well prepared. 45 minutes difference between these two players. That is huge.
Yeah, actually, this is one of the things that I always dread, that if I ever had to play a super tournament, what will happen with me is that with white pieces, my opponents will easily neutralize with black, and with white, when I'm black, they will really press with white pieces. And I think Karthikeyan right now is facing this thing where he played an opening where I think he got no real chance with white pieces, just clean equalization.
Sagar bhai, I remember when we played in, I think it was the MPL, the MCL, sorry. And I was white against you, and it was not an easy game at all. And I was not pressing in that game. It felt like a very, very difficult game.
And you won, no? But Sahaj,
I did, but it was definitely not an easy ride, I have to say, because and you also played, I think, the Philidor system, which now every top player is playing against, to create messy situations. So it was you.
maybe they just realized that all other openings are so analyzed now. They have to go to Philidor.
No, but I think you were thinking way ahead of time. That's how I see it because you were trying to create that mess early on, and it was definitely not an easy game.
Oh, thank you.
I
Well,
also think of you as a trendsetter in that sense, no? Maybe they were looking at this game and be like, oh, that has some some ideas.
Arjun is playing Philidor these days a lot. Maybe he looked at our game.
actually, Arjun, I personally think plays the most risky openings out there.
Yeah.
Like he played the Perk defense against Gukesh.
Yes.
He's ready to take these challenges. I think that's the truth of modern chess. If you are higher rated and you have black pieces and you want to win, you have to take risks, or else it's very difficult. And here we see exactly that happening. Wander Liang plays a very simple opening with black. I mean, I don't know what to say here. Technically, it's a great result for black, but when you are the higher rated player, you don't want such draws. So that's the thing.
Yeah, it seems like he did win the opening battle, but Karthikeyan sort of neutralized very, very early on, and yeah, this is basically just ending in a draw. By the way, the accuracy of these players 99.3 for Karthikeyan, 99.2
Wow.
for Avander Liang.
Very
So
perfect game.
basically a perfect game by both of these players here.
Guys, should we go to the game between Pranav versus Vincent Keymer? This was super exciting battle, and we have a very nice layout, by the way, on stream. I love this, where you can see the players, you can see a big board. And do you like this layout? Okay, thank you. So Queen Rook C8 was played B4 by Pranav, gaining space. Queen goes back. Vincent trying to be very, very calm. Knight goes back to B3. He jumps in, attacking the pawn on C4 now. Knight A4, excellent move. Defending this pawn, attacking the pawn on B6. The D6 pawn is a bit weak. B5, fantastic move. And the knight has jumped into B6. Guys, the game is super heating up here.
Yeah, the computer is just it gives like a really small advantage for white, and rightfully so, because I feel like white is super comfortable here. Black doesn't have like any like apparent issues, but I feel like the queen on b8 is just a bit awkward, and especially with the knight on b6, we can soon have some problems.
It's very concrete, yeah. Now the rook is attacked. How do you save it? I don't know. Maybe rook d8, but
Yep.
then the b5 pawn is hanging.
So basically, the queen on b8 is an awkward piece. It looks kind of very out of place. However, the plan behind placing the queen on b8 is that whenever white takes on b5, so let's say black goes rook to d8, like you said, c takes b5, a takes b5, bishop takes b5, and now black has this move d5. And now suddenly we see the purpose of that queen on b8 because now it's looking on that b8 h2 diagonal. The knight can, somehow jump to g4 at some point, maybe even sacrifice itself. And all of these tactical opportunities start to arise. So, and with for just one pawn, I think this is a very, very good compensation for Vincent here.
So this is what Pranav wants to do. I mean, Vincent wants to do with the rook d8 and d5, but Pranav right now has got this attack going. I don't know if Vincent feels himself comfortable. He's already 10 minutes behind on the clock. How easy is it to give up material? Your rook is hanging. If you save the rook, the pawn is hanging. Not easy.
Definitely not easy, and I think it feels like a tough situation for Vincent here as well, right, Kincho? Because if black plays, there is an option here that black can go pawn takes pawn and just sacrifice the rook on c8. I mean,
Yes.
what does the Mora gambit in you think about that?
Mora gambit in me is always up for sacrifices. So I would think it's definitely an option to take a look at. Just what we have right now on the analysis board could be actually very interesting. We always leave room for these d5 pushes as well, and while of course the computer always says equal in these positions, it can always just explode in just a few seconds. So I would say maybe this sacrifice is actually indeed on the table.
So should we go for it?
I think so. I think Vincent has to go for it. He has to give up his rook. Otherwise, Pranav might get the b5 pawn. But there are two options. This idea which Sahaj mentioned, take, and push the pawn in the center. That's one interesting move. The other one is, okay, I'll just move the rook upwards. I don't know, or take the pawn on c4. These are few options here.
I think this option of pawn takes pawn
Yeah.
has crossed Vincent's mind.
Correct.
I think that's why he's thinking for such a long time in this position, because once you make this decision, you cannot take it back. You have to sort of believe in that compensation in this position, which is not an easy task. Yeah, you're always wired to calculate such difficult positions. So it is pretty justified why he's thinking so much. But while he thinks, maybe we can take a look at another game, Sagar bhai.
Sorry to just interrupt, but I think we should take a look at Nihal's and Anish's game, because if we just look at it, what Saj was actually mentioning earlier is indeed sort of on the board.
Oh,
So we did see. Oh, we are so.
by the way, guys, Nihal, Anish, we are coming here, Kinsho. B takes c4 did. He's giving up the rook in Vincent game. So
Wow.
okay, we are having
Okay.
excitement all through. Yes, but here let's go to the game of this. Rook c1 happened, and we had this.
This
Rook
rook c3 idea is what Saj was mentioning, and in all honesty, the king on e7 looks very, very strange.
True, but at the same time, Anish wanted to connect his rooks, right? So that's why he has played King E7. But I still prefer White's position somewhat. But now I see, a breakthrough for Anish here, which I didn't see before, Sagar bhai, and that is F5. Now I don't know how this is gonna happen, but it can happen. I don't know how though.
Yeah, but with the bishop here, perhaps not so easy.
Like
Yes.
you bring the rook to f8, you play f5. You prepare it like properly. Queen c7, rook f8, f5, something like that. But maybe it's a bit far fetched.
Yeah. Let's see if that happens here. So Nihal's position maybe having that very small edge, but it's slipping away somehow. I think he has to be careful not to slide into a minus position. Maybe a draw is very likely here. Quickly going back to this Pranav versus Vincent game, we did see pawn takes pawn happening here, and Pranav has to now take the rook. He's waiting whether to take the rook or to take this pawn on c4, which would then be an equal position coming back. I don't think Pranav will shy away from a challenge, yeah?
Absolutely not. But also remember that Pranav's time was so high.
Yeah.
I think until move, it was 15 or so, he had an hour and 28. He was playing extremely fast. But now the time looks a bit more balanced. So means that he's evaluating this knight takes c8 or knight takes c4 business. So if he goes knight takes c8, I feel he's in for the battle. And I think this is what Vincent wants as well. But at the same time, if you go knight c4, then you balance out the position, and okay, still some still some tactics left in the game. But I feel I as a commentator,
Take the rook.
I want knight c8. Yeah, we
Yes.
want knight c8. We
Yeah.
want that excitement.
At the same time, whenever you're playing in such tournaments and you see, an exchange, you cannot ever be greedy. Like, you always have to think about, okay, what is there, the compensation, because it's sometimes much deeper than what it seems on the surface. So we will see, I guess, if Pranav is up for this challenge. But we surely know that Keymer is, because otherwise he wouldn't have gone for this.
I agree. And a position like this could be very dangerous for white, because look at the two knights. By the way,
Oh,
knight
and we
takes
have the
rook. We have it on the board.
Wow.
Pranav has taken it. Vincent immediately chops it off with the rook. Now you can't take the pawn on c4. It's well defended with the knight and the rook, so you must move the knight. It's all the time going to a5, but there's also a square on d4.
Yep, absolutely. And by the way, when Kinchu said you shouldn't be greedy, my mind said, we should definitely take a look at, Vidit's game as well. Yes, exactly. Because just to see what's going on there, some updates have happened. With c takes d4, e takes d4, and bishop to f4. So looks a bit strange, I have to say, because generally the bishop on d6 is considered to be very active. However, the purpose of playing bishop f4 is now that you cannot take the knight on e4 because the rook on c1 is pinned.
But can we push the bishop away with g3?
Now we play bishop h6, and Sagar bhai, maybe your move is on the horizon, f5.
Oh, f5, and I already
Right.
dislike this pin here. I think the nice move, yeah, by Vidit to put the bishop on f4, pinning the knight here.
Yeah, and also we earlier also mentioned that the pieces were a bit how do you say that, crumbled in there, crumped in there. I'm not sure which is the right way to say this. And this shows up very well here with bishop f4. We are also sort of tying that knight to d2, and it's not so easy to kick that bishop out there, especially because this h6 square is still available.
Yeah, I have to make this very sad move, which is to move my rook away. And then we put our pawn right into the heart of the position. And look at black's pieces. They look really good. And I think Vidit at this point can already start hoping for an advantage. So, looking good for Vidit here.
I think looking very good. I think it's very easy to go wrong from Robson's side. A move like rook a1 is not easy. So very easy to go wrong from the white side here. And black's moves are, it seems like you can just play them, without thinking much.
Yeah. We have this screen where we can see all the boards actually. And if our director can get all the boards on the screen, we can see that actually at this point in the masters section, which are the top 5 boards, all the games look very even except for this one, that Pranav versus Vincent Keymer game. That's the crazy game. Meanwhile, in the challengers, we already have one draw. Harshvardhan and Aryan Chopra have drawn their game.
I believe that's a repetition, threefold repetition with Rook B7, Rook A8. But I think if you don't repeat in this scenario, whoever does not repeat probably ends up in a worse position. So it makes sense
Yeah.
to sort of take the draw and start over tomorrow. So Aryan Chopra having half out of two.
Yes.
Not the best start for him, but okay, it's still very early to say, yeah.
I agree. I agree. Early days in the tournament, it's always good to get on the scoreboard, not to be on a zero score. So here, Aryan gets back. Should we go to Vincent and Pranav game and just try to see what exactly is going on here, guys? Look at this. The knight jumped in and Vincent did play d5.
Oh, so it eventually did arrive, this d5 move. I believe we have talked about this before as well. And in all honesty, I kind of like black as well. Black's
You love it,
position
yeah?
here,
Black's position.
It's, I mean, being more a gambit enjoyer, I always look at the exchange sacrifices, and I feel most comfortable being an exchange down. Although sometimes it doesn't really lead to the best results. But after d5, I feel like black doesn't really have any problems. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it all depends on how white can actually try and continue. For example, if I can do pawn takes pawn, I was wondering if, now this pawn is weak on c4, so you have to take back with the pawn. And can I just blockade it in the center? White seems to have that stability, but black's pieces can become very, very dangerous here. Maybe the knight jumps back and later on could have some, I don't know, some ideas. Potentially, I can even preserve my bishop. These pawns are strong.
Yeah, the central pawns, the knight on e5. It looks like he has more than enough compensation in this position. But the difficult challenge here would be to play for a win, because if white just sits here and says, okay, I'm going to go rook, take 6, I'm going to play rook d1, I'm going to play a3, and I'm going to try to play it slow, then it might be a bit hard to play for a win from the black side, I feel.
True.
So you need Pranav to sort of, want to play for a win as well.
You need Pranav is a good statement. Yeah, like when Pranav is there, he will play for a win.
Of
I
course.
don't think there is a way Pranav thinks, oh, I can hold it. It's just he might be 130 low rated points below Vincent, but he will not back down from this fight. He might be thinking, this is my chance to beat Vincent Keymer.
And I think that's very important to have this mindset because, Keymer has been doing amazing so far, and of course, it's very easy to slip into this mindset that I'm the underdog here, and instead of that, going into the game as this is my time to shine, and I'm gonna push as much as I can is the mindset that I think Pranav needs here.
For sure. So, okay, Sagar, by
Look
question.
at this. Yeah, you have a question for me in the same game.
White or black? Let's say you are playing against Vincent Keymer.
Huh?
Okay. Would you take this position as white, or would you take this position as black?
I like visually black's position, but when I started to look for some squares for my knights, I couldn't find one. So I don't know. It seems like white's position is a bit easier to play. So I would choose white here.
So you are not a Mora Gambit fan.
I'm very materialistic. Yeah, I'm a greedy fan. I have an exchange here, so I'm very happy with that extra material.
Okay. That makes
It's
sense.
completely understandable. How about you, Saj? Who would you choose here in this?
I probably will choose black too, because I feel I play better when I have initiative, when I have this dynamic situation on the board and I can create some counterplay. That's what I like more. So personally, I would choose black. But I do agree with Sagar that it feels easier to make moves for Pranav here. So Sagar bhai, which game should we go to next?
Oh yes, I wanted to look at the Vidit game because Ray Robson has moved his rook to the initial square on A1 because of this pin here. He said, "Let me head out," and then Vidit got his pawn right into the center F5, and this is looking really good for Vidit Gujarati.
Definitely, it also looks very ambitious, as well as it's also solidifying the center.
Yeah.
It tells Ray Robson that I am the one controlling this game. You're the one who has to make arrangements on how to make some progress here. That is also showing that Ray Robson had to play Rook A1, while Vidit can just think of future plans like, okay, how am I gonna slowly improve this position? Maybe even some G5 is there as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's go full on the attack G5 G4.
I love it actually. G5, G4 is so ambitious in this position. It loosens up that H2 pawn. Maybe you can have some bishop H2 sacrifices. The Greek gift, as I say. Or there is also this secondary plan of rook to F6, rook to H6, and then you can combine it with G5, G4 as well. It feels so dangerous for Robson here. Here, for sure, I'm choosing black. I think I'm not even
Yeah.
hesitating.
Yeah, no, we
Honestly, I think this is not a no-brainer for us on the panel. And now we just have knight f1 on the board.
very nice move by the way.
Hmm.
Because with this knight moving away, it means that now the knight here can jump in the center because the knight on d2 is no longer hanging, and then you kick back the knight in the center on e4, and all of a sudden e6 pawn could become weak. Yeah, on the flip side, suddenly Ray Robson has his chances as well.
Wow. So that knight on f1 also defends the h2 pawn. You might have some g3 ideas, to kick the bishop away. Looks logical. Looks very logical.
I think in a way what Ray Robson could also say by just moving his rook here and then getting it back, he kind of made Vidit Gujarati overextend a bit,
Hmm.
and now it looks beautiful, but it could also become weak. And this is the beauty about chess, that one player might think, oh, I'm on the attack. The other player, if is able to defend, suddenly everything becomes weak.
And this happens so often, I feel like. I mean, I don't know if anyone can relate to me in this, but
Everyone
it has,
can.
it has happened to me so many times. I'm in a really comfortable position. I'm sort of attacking. I have all of these plans, and suddenly I'm maybe even overlooking one tiny thing, and suddenly I am going from queen of the world to, oh my god, I'm such a bad player. Like in just a few seconds.
No,
So
this is how I think I lose most of my games. So it makes perfect sense. Maybe I think things will be a bit more clear in the next few moves.
Yeah.
on how-
Very important next 5 moves in this game.
Yes, how Vidit reacts to this situation is going to be really important. For now, I think the position looks balanced,
Correct.
and maybe we can take a look at another game.
Arjun.
Let's go.
Go to Arjun
Let's go.
and we have some moves here that have happened after knight went back, took the bishop, king takes, pawn pushed forward, he moved back with the bishop, f4 takes, queen takes. Oh my god, the black king looks a bit weak for me. Rook c6. What is he doing
Ooh.
with rook c6?
I think it's just probably trying to play queen c7, I'm guessing, to try and exchange. But it is Arjun. Arjun doesn't go into endgames. No, he wants more and more mess on the board. Maybe he wants queen d6. That if you take queen takes d6, black can go knight takes d6, and at some point you can double up the c file and bring the other rook
Wow.
to c8.
That's
Yes.
nice.
Yeah, because maybe in the future he has this plan of doubling up on the c file and attack on the c file.
Okay, lovely. Actually, this position is one of those Arjun games where we cannot say who's better. It does feel like white has the small edge here, but maybe black could very well get the upper hand because the structure is very nice for black in a way.
I feel like maybe just, like just with the human brain,
Yeah.
it sort of feels like white has the edge here. But and now I was looking at a few moves, like how can we attack? Of course, that's always the first thought, but how can we make some plans here? And it's actually not so easy because the f6 square is still protected, but even if somehow we can break in there, we don't have a dark squared bishop anymore. So it's not so easy to make some attacks, and f7 is also always protected by the g6 bishop. So I feel like it's maybe just the human brain is looking at the dark square weaknesses, but we can never really take advantage of it with white.
I just like Arjun's position more for two reasons. First, it's Arjun,
Ah.
and second, because Jordan has moved the golden pawn. So for me, for these two reasons,
So
I
it's
really
just
like it.
principles.
No, it's principle. I think what you're saying makes perfect sense. The dark squares do seem a bit weak. And I think this is why Arjun is trying to exchange the queens on the board by playing moves like Queen D6 or Queen C7. And two things will happen there. One, you exchange the queens and there nobody controls the dark squares anymore. They are not weak anymore. And second is Jordan will say, no, I don't want to exchange the queens. And then he loses control over the dark square. So either case, it shouldn't be that big of a problem for Arjun. However, what I really like for white here is something super aggressive, something like e4, because that probably brings the fire on the board.
But they can take the pawn, and then your d pawn is hanging right in the center.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's a problem in this position that I think Jordan has to solve.
Mhm. I mean, with the correct preparation, I'm sure that actually e4 can be an idea, and once we maybe trade off the white square bishops, it can actually become dangerous for both sides.
Yeah, I believe that this position is going to also become very interesting in the next moves to come, which is so nice because the opening was so symmetrical. I thought it will be a dead draw, but we all know that when Arjun is there, there's nothing much to fear. We have seen through all the games in the Masters section, we have a draw, by the way, in Awonder Leong versus Karthikeyan Murli, which we predicted it was going to end in a draw. And then the rest of the games are almost equal, with Pranav and Vincent being the most exciting one. We'll be taking a very short break, and on the other side, more in-depth analysis of these positions. We'll be back. Welcome back, everyone. We are now live with the second round action from the QUANTBOX Chennai Grandmasters, and I cannot tell you how exciting the games have become. We have to go, guys, to the game of Arjun Erigaisi against Jordan Van Forest because the queens have been traded, and suddenly it seems out of nowhere, Arjun is the one who's pressing slightly.
Yeah, and I think we have imbalances again. And I don't know where we left it last, but I think queen trade has happened now, and he has taken on e4.
Uh-huh.
And I can see that one pawn on d4, which, black pieces will say, I'm going to eat it for dinner. I'm going to eat it for dinner. That's going to be fascinating to watch.
Yeah, it's a weak pawn. It's an isolated pawn. It's a lonely pawn. And right now, Arjun looks relaxed. He's sipping on his water there. And what if I take with the bishop on e4, attacking the rook on c6?
The bishop takes e4 looks quite logical because you're keeping the option of d5 alive, right? That's your IQP, that's your weak pawn. In order to equalize from the white side, you want to play d5 at some point. So black maybe can go either bishop takes e4, which is something Arjun will never do. Let's be real, because he's never going to trade the pieces.
No, he won't. But then what to do with the b7 pawn which is hanging?
Maybe we play rook, to b6. Suggested, yeah. Defending the b7 pawn, attacking the b2 pawn, and if white goes knight to a4, you have some rook b4 ideas. Provoking b3, and then suddenly you have e5. Wow. e5 is wonderful.
Wow.
So
What
a
a
lot of
move. What a move there. The piece is hanging in the center.
yeah pieces. I think very difficult in that sense. But why not knight takes c4?
Yeah.
Because knight takes c4 feels more stable to me.
That's what maybe Jordan will play, and Arjun, I think, will press here. He's not going to be like, oh, thank you so much. Now let's try to play for a draw. He wants to now press. This is his chance.
You know who figured this out first that Arjun's gonna push? It was Jordan. He knows it. He knows it's coming. You can see Arjun's walk. He has a spring in his stride.
Yeah.
And of course, even after 94, just 96, let's say you take, I take, somehow this pawn is hanging. And if you
b7 pawn can
you can take, but now maybe even rook b8, and my rooks enter the position. Your second rank is weak, and this bishop is quite solid. And I kind of get a feeling that this will be kind of equal plus position,
Yeah.
which Jordan has to defend for the next hour.
Oh my goodness. Well, let's see. I mean, we are, of course, very, very optimistic about Arjun's chances because he does press in such positions. Objectively, it's very close to a draw and equality in the position. But then again, I'm actually excited to see what Arjun will do with this.
Yeah, definitely. We know one thing is for sure, that he's gonna find some way to create mess in this position. Maybe get Jordan under that time pressure. There's already a 12-minute difference between these two players. Maybe that that difference can widen and Jordan can make a mistake somehow. It does seem unlikely because Jordan is a very experienced, very, very strong player.
Man,
And he goes for
bishop.
He takes with the bishop, okay. And now we were discussing rook to b6.
Yes.
Supposedly the only move here that Arjun can play to have any hopes to win this game.
He has come back to the board. He's writing down his move. He looks in the distance, never on the chessboard, and then he'll make his move pretty quickly or not. No, maybe he'll take some time.
I have a feeling Arjun has visually, mentally put a board somewhere on the wall.
Yeah.
He comes back and looks at that board. Okay, so what happened? Yeah, it's there on the wall, attached to a wall, and he never looks at the board. And I would expect him to play the next move within a minute or so.
Yeah, let's see what Arjun Erigaisi comes up with here. And while he's thinking, should we head over to the game of Vidit Gujarati versus Ray Robson? Because that one, guys, it felt like at some point Ray Robson was under pressure. Has it flipped around, Sahaj bhai? Yes?
It looks like, actually, it looks like it because Vidit seems to be in some trouble. His last move, d takes c4, was an inaccuracy in this position. Now, I do understand the point behind d takes c4. He wanted to activate his bishop on b7 to sort of create that target point on g2.
Yeah.
but there is also another saying here in these positions, Sahil, by that when when there is tension on the board, you mustn't be the first one to to release it. You must be you must try to keep the tension for as long as possible. So what was a better move here, Sahil, by besides d takes c4?
I think maybe the best move was the weird B takes A5. Usually you don't grab this pawn at all, but I kind of get with its angle. Yeah, he's the one who does the meditation. He's able to handle those nerves. So he's like, okay, let's enter a fiery pit, and I think I'm going to handle those emotions better.
Let's see if he's managing to handle them now. A5 played, pawn takes pawn, and is this already the live board position?
Yes, this is the position.
Oh, and he took with the pawn,
Yeah.
and we have a few more moves here. B takes A5, and this is the position. Yes. So while Vidit has an extra pawn here, but those are doubled, and white's pawns in the center d4 and c4 are strong. So maybe white is pressing here.
Agreed. And if black doesn't manage to do something up with his king side play, right, all these four pieces look very impressive. But if you don't do anything, white has a pass pawn. You have this weak diagonal towards your king. The a5 pawn is weak. And if that falls, then a6 pawn is also weak. And white's bishop, they're also pretty good looking pieces. And they might not be doing much right now. But if the center opens up, you can imagine these two bishops looking in the right direction. One at the king, one at the queen.
I think Vidit has to remain very careful. Yesterday he was in trouble with Jordan. He saved himself. Today again against Ray Robson. But Sahaj Bhai is just drawing our attention to a very important clash in the challengers section. P. Indian versus Harika. And by the way, Robson just snatches the pawn. But here we are. It seems like Indian is super close to winning this game. Harika might lose her second game in a row.
Oh, that's going to be tough. And knight b8 was the mistake. Sahaj, I kind of get a feeling takes. And now knight to g5 is a very strong move. Sahaj, can you explain to us why?
So it feels very logical because you're putting pressure on the golden pawn right there on f7. But I think why the position is so much winning in this position is because of the comparison between white's pieces and black's pieces. You've got this fantastic bishop on d5. I mean, it's and this fantastic bishop on e3, knight jumping to g5, and whereas black's pieces are on knight on b8, bishop on c8, queen on e8, rook, and all the pieces are on the back rank except for the bishop on b4. It is active, but it doesn't really serve much into the position. So if Indian wants to do something right now, it must be something tactical.
Now
That's why knight g5 is a good move.
question. Knight g5, and if there's a move we can ask our audience. H6. Is there, because I don't see it. Like I was trying to calculate the variations. Is there something happening here? Is there something happening here?
There is something happening. If anybody wants to take a guess.
Yes,
in the
let's
chat,
go, guys. White to play. Where do you retreat your knight to? Yeah, you have to come back to f3. So I guess not a very important question. Guys, you want to try? What? You want to sacrifice your knight? Can we have the mic to the youngster there? What's your name? And say your name and the move.
Sri Sanjay.
Okay.
Bishop takes f7.
Bishop takes f7, Sahil bhai. Is it a good move?
It's a good move for sure, I think. Black here, for example, can take, and if you take with the queen, then queen d8 check.
Oh, did you calculate all of that? Wow, then you deserve a round of applause. Well done. So check, and if the queen goes back to f8,
Yeah, but I can still take.
Take and still rook d8.
so if bishop takes.
Still rook d8.
Still rook d8.
Oh.
I mean, we all love freestyle chess, but maybe not this much, yeah? But I think bishop 7 is a great move for sure. But even better here is actually knight takes.
Wow. And rook takes?
Yeah, rook takes. Now I can pin this rook even further, attack this, and it just ends the game on the spot.
What about bishop a6?
Bishop
Bishop
f7,
A6, check first.
rook d8, queen f7. It's just
Yeah.
something is falling in this position for sure.
F7 point has become the epicenter of tactics right now. And Indian, does he do it? No, he did not. Indian did not, and he went back Queen C2.
He's
Does
keeping
that give Harika some chances?
Yeah, some outside chances, but the problem is the clock. Look at that clock, 11 minutes versus 50 minutes. I remember, I think it was one of the Polga sisters who said roughly around 30-minute advantage is equivalent to half a pawn. And this is a huge deal. Harika has to play good chess and play it very quickly.
So while Harika is in trouble right now, we can quickly head back to our Masters section. And we needed to see the game of Nihal Sareen and Anish Giri, because that is where we left it off here. And now we have what the king said. In this game, the kings are dancing around. Yeah, look at this. King comes up, then you go back, then the king goes down.
He went to D8 and now somehow the king is on G7 again. What's happening?
Yeah, they're just dancing around.
King
the
came
king.
This can be a question: how many times has both of these kings moved? But do you think either of these players are going to break the position open? Because white has this F4 push, black has the F5 push. Clearly, white is not going to go for B4 anymore.
Yeah.
So if you want to have any chance in this position, you have to break it open, right?
Correct.
Otherwise, it's a fortress.
I think, and both the players are, thinking about it. Should we do it? Should we not do it? If we do it, will it open up lines for my opponent? These are all very difficult questions to answer.
And I think here there are two key squares. One is D5 and one is D4. So if the white bishop magically comes here, then white dominates. If the black bishop sits here, then black dominates. So if you play F4, you better be sure it works. Otherwise, at some point, if the bishop comes here, every end game, every middle game, you're suffering in the entire game.
I actually have to give a big shout out here to Nihal for his time management, because he always used to come under time pressure. And here he has 20 minutes, 18 minutes more. And this is not common, like for Nihal. So I think he's very consciously working on this element that I want to play fast.
Yep.
But Nihal always plays fast.
Only when he's in time trouble.
Right.
Because he always lets his clock come down and then he's playing really quick. And I think that was something that was identified by him and by others, that he always would come under time trouble and then he plays really well. But you can't keep playing great in time trouble. So now, because he wants to become a stronger player, he's fixing his weakness there, which is amazing to see in real life.
Also, Nihal had this streak of a bunch of draws in classical chess. He was struggling to crush those 2,500 players. I think we saw that yesterday, taking risks.
Yes.
That was what he required. So I think Nihal is definitely working on his chess, and his next goal is the obvious one, to reach the other three, Prague, Vokesh, and Arjun.
Correct. And he's not too far behind. A few more such tournaments and some good results will push him to 2,700 and beyond. For now, this position, can we leave it at Nihal being slightly better on the clock, on the board, but unable to sort of figure a way out?
Yeah.
If there was a dream position, I would, as you said, bishop on d5, but that feels very unlikely because that's not going to happen. But I feel you can put your rook on b5 or b6 and have the same effect or a similar effect. Keep your opponent's pieces tied to the queen side, and then you find a
Then F4.
F4 or G4 even.
Nice.
Like one of them.
So yes, these are the possibilities that lie for Nihal there.
Very interesting position. And talking about pieces on the back rank, as we saw in a previous game, if we go to the Pranav against Vincent game,
Oh my God.
this was a crazy game, of course, and we can see blacks all pieces on the back rank. But this time, they are strategically placed, putting pressure here, a pass pawn here. And as of now, with all that maneuvering, Vincent Keymer is better on the clock, and he's slightly better in the position as well.
So one of the things that rooks always need are open files. And because black pawns are blocking all the open files, it seems like black has great compensation for the exchange down that black is. Black has one rook missing, has a knight for a rook.
Great point there. And also, knights love, close positions where you can sit on an outpost, perhaps. And e4 seems to be an outpost, but it's hard to get there. But f5 is a much better one. And Vincent's last move, bishop to f8, could just be that making room for that knight to come to g7 and then to go to f5, or the knight goes to c7 and then goes to b5, which is not technically an outpost, but it still feels like a very, very good square to put your knight on. And yeah, this looks really, really good for Vincent.
Would you
Uh,
call this the game of the day today? I am kind of
I-
tending towards it.
I would say it did. He did show some incredible patience, right? He did not go d5 when he could have simplified. He had faith in himself and then hit with d5 at the right moment. So definitely, unless we see Nihal or somebody pull off a crazy upset there, as of now, Vincent has impressed us all.
I fully agree with you here because I think Vincent does deserve that because he sacrificed an exchange, did not go for the most equalizing variation with d5. Both of them, I think, brilliant decisions. And if he wins today, he will most likely be the sole leader of this event. So that's
Unless Arjun also starts pulling some strings in that position. But I personally think Vincent is a big favorite in this position. The engine is showing only a small edge. But guys, don't be fooled. Pranav, you can see him suffering there. 11 minutes down on the clock. Position also not looking very pretty.
Yeah, I think, but this is a great challenge for Pranav. He needs games like these. Yeah, either you come back in the game, you get a great win, or you go back and learn. This is a great experience. Even Divya we saw play some very strong events. She had not great performances, but then she came back and crushed at the World Cup. So this is a great opportunity for Pranav. And as he thinks, maybe we can have a look at the game of Arjun.
Yes.
Where we have gone into a rook endgame. So
Oh,
just to see how he reached here, he did find rook b6, rook f2, knight d6, takes, he improves his structure, rook e1, knight b5. Maybe there were better options like rook e8, but he is comfortable entering a rook endgame where he basically cannot lose, yeah?
but the big question is, can he win?
Hmm.
Of course, he cannot lose here, Arjun. But I don't think he can even win here.
Yeah.
It looks
you
very-
never know. You never know. It's Arjun. He might, try to squeeze until the last minute. It is true that he's playing for two results simply because he has a superior pawn structure. Black having two pawn islands, Jordan having sort of three pawn islands. Your target here is, of course, the d4 pawn and maybe the h3 pawn as well, since it's a backward pawn. And I think he will play for a long time. Whether he wins or not is a different question. It's just it also depends on how well Jordan manages his time.
Yeah.
Because if he falls under 5 minutes, I think the chances of him making a mistake dramatically increase.
Right, and there is this very nice variation here, which is if you can play, let's say, a waiting move a3, then rook d5, rook d1, the other rook goes to d8, rook d2, and now maybe a good question for our viewers here, black to play, guys. What would you do here in this position? Is there something that black can do to get the advantage? Because it seems like white is hanging on.
Yes, yes.
Behind.
Yes, we
Please
can
give him the mic in the back.
back. Yes, tell your name and the move.
Sai 87, and we have to move the black pawn up so that we are stressing that pawn which is in support with the rook.
Wow, that's so nicely said. Yeah, we have to move the pawn ahead because it stresses the pawn.
Hmm.
And that is absolutely correct. Good job here. E5 is on the board. You can't take it. The rook is hanging and the pawn falls. And I think this is what Arjun's dream scenario is.
Yes, 100%. This and maybe Jordan having maybe 10 minutes or maybe 5 minutes or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I think a few more moves have been played. He played rook c1.
I
and
like
then-
this.
Very
He wants to
important. Yeah?
go to the 7th rank.
Very important move. I think you take the open file, and now Arjun is trying to create chances with pawn to f5.
5 on
You
the
see,
board.
even though the position is completely equal, you can see Arjun is making such moves where Jordan has to play that one move. Otherwise, he would have to defend for a long time. So right now that
that
move is
one move.
g5.
G5.
which is not an easy
Not
move.
at all. Not at all
because
an easy move. I would think Rook C7 to be the most natural move here.
now
And
Rook
then
F7.
Rook F7, take, and go into this endgame. Maybe, but
It's a bit
Yeah.
risky. This is what I mean. This is very Magnus type of position, where even if it feels equal, you still have to be super precise in order to make a draw
right.
in the game.
Okay, I think I'm gonna make a prediction. Arjun wins this one. I can bet a burger on this with you.
Oh, Maggie's, no?
I think we can bet a burger. I think Arjun wins this one.
Really, I personally think this is not at all possible. I will bet it for you.
One burger.
Yes.
Yeah? Done.
Then
Let's go.
I mean, we have a beautiful buffet here, so food is not very exciting at this point, but I'll take it. I'll
Done.
take it.
No, I think it's very interesting because G5, I think is practically difficult. And also after Rook C7, again, you have to find that G5 move. The black king is coming to D5. I think it's just the black moves are so much simpler. And whenever you move the rook somewhere, F4, G5, and suddenly I have a protected pass pawn.
Okay, Sahil, trying to convince that here Arjun has great chances, which, I mean, is possible. But of course, Jordan, being such a strong player, will find his own play in some way. I'm trusting Jordan here, but let's see. Let's see.
I feel since he has 17 minutes, he will be able to find G5, I think. Because okay, let's first discuss what happens if I don't play G5. I think black can play F takes G4. Is that the point? So let's say I go King G2.
Yeah.
Something like that. What's the
Maybe
problem with
maybe
this?
Rook D5 now.
Because I cannot play Rook F4 because black
Yeah.
has G5 now.
And also Rook
That's
D2
the
again, the variation we saw earlier. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
C5, stressing, yeah?
and then I get that pawn, yeah, at some point maybe.
Correct.
So we cannot play. This
Such
is
a nice move, Rook D5.
This is why G5 is important because you want to answer Rook D5 with Rook F4. And to Sahil's credit, I think he might have a point that it may not be the easiest thing to see.
I'm going to have a tasty burger tonight. I'm very happy.
Okay, guys, so while Arjun tries to put a bit of pressure and Jordan tries to save this position, we next move on to Vidit versus Ray Robson because there the game is the most intense. I think in terms of complications, this is the game. Rook takes pawn, knight comes in, and he gets that knight on G3, which kind of saves everything on White's camp. Like it looks like a very solid knight.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
Bhai. What do you think is the best move for
For
Vidit
black.
Gujarati?
Okay.
Because I'm a bit dumbfounded right now.
I guess I want to do something with that knight on G3. Maybe bishop G3, but it looks so bad. Yeah. Like, I don't know.
If you see the move, you will be very,
Yeah,
very shocked.
maybe if anybody wants to take a guess as well about the best move possible here, it's crazy actually.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you hand your mic, please?
It's a crazy move. Yeah. Don't suggest normal move.
Yes.
There has to be something which creates some mess. I don't know. Vidit goes queen h6. Maybe it's a simple move.
He doesn't play the move.
He doesn't play the crazy
But what
move.
was the move? What do you think?
If you wanna,
If you can hand him the mic, please.
Yeah, please.
Do you,
You can take a guess actually.
It's a very difficult guess, I have to say.
Very difficult one. I don't think anybody finds it. Yeah.
go for it.
Knight takes G3.
Knight.
You were very
Very
close.
close.
You were very close.
One more guess there. One more guess there.
What is it?
Knight takes F2.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Yes. sir.
I have not seen a move like this. It looks so well defended.
How are you so strong? Wow,
Yes, it's a very, very difficult move.
Beautiful. Yeah, knight f2, but I don't even understand the point is king takes knight g4 or what?
Yes. And
Knight
then
G4. And
Bishop
now
E3, Bishop F3, some
only
attacking
move
ideas.
is Queen E2.
Wow.
Only move is Queen E2. And then there is Bishop F3. And you can see how it's, if you take with the Queen, then there is Bishop E3 check and you don't want to step in the corner, yeah?
Yeah, king h1 is bad, king f1 is bad.
You take with the pawn now and the game goes on. Crazy variation, but I think very hard to find. Vidit
Yeah.
plays the
I
logical
think
move.
understandable that Vidit didn't go for it.
Yeah.
Queen to h6 and he gets up, he's looking very calm, confident. He's looking relaxed. Vidit says, my position looks good. I'm on the attack.
Putting psychological pressure on Ray Robson. Yeah, when your opponent stands up, you are 2x focused. Okay, you know your opponent has something in the position.
Yeah, true. Meanwhile, quickly heading over to Arjun Erikaisi, who is now slightly better. Oh my God.
Ketchup. I will get ketchup here, but I'm going to stay ready for my meal. But what do you think about this move, Saha? G takes F5.
I think it looks very logical to me because when you are sort of down, when you're in a worse position, you want to exchange pawns because you're going one step closer to equality. But however, in this case, after GF5, EF5, White has these two sort of disconnected pawns, one on D4, one on H3, both of them potential weaknesses. And Black, on the other hand, has these connected pawns. So you are going one step closer. Maybe it's not as equal as it was 5 minutes ago. So
Right.
Arjun did try to pull something. And also, let's not forget, Jordan having 14 minutes now.
Wow, the time is running low. Arjun's position is getting better. This seems like a masterclass in converting equal positions. Guys, how many of you think Arjun will win? Wow, we have 90% of the people in the crowd saying Arjun will win. We also have GM Srinath Narayanan who thinks Arjun will win.
Yeah,
Wow.
No surprise.
Then that seems, man, Sahil, you really hit the nail on the head. You caught me at the wrong time then.
I think Sri is one of the first people to support Arjun, like, crazy. So I think I have full faith in Arjun. But for now, Rook C7 check.
Rook F7. Yes.
Yeah, that's the automatic move.
We have to trade.
And
Or can we go up with our king?
If you trade, then I think King takes F7 and Black is probably now there is a serious chance to win because
Wow.
King D6, King D5. Because you exchange the active piece with a passive piece, more or less. No, the White's Rook on C7 is super active, Black's Rook on F7. Okay, we can't call it passive, but it's not active
Yeah.
either in that
Yeah.
sense.
So then what to do? Yeah, like
Rook
we should
C2
come back.
or Rook C8. Just keep the Rook.
C8 maybe.
Keep the rooks on the board. Keep the double rooks here. And meanwhile, where there is a check, you can see Arjun looking so relaxed here. He's like swiveling in his chair. He's moving around. He's thinking a bit. He has 33 minutes. Nice. Okay, exciting.
I think he had a look at Vincent's game. He's like, you are not going to leave the tournament alone. I'm going to catch up with you. And of course, Jordan needs to play quickly as well. Time could be an issue at some point. That one critical moment, there's a pawn race going on and you would need that extra 10 minutes.
Yes.
Absolutely. And by the way, we probably have to switch a lot because so many games are going on.
Let's go.
But in Vidit's game, Robson has just committed a slight inaccuracy with D5.
Okay.
And now look at Vidit's next move. It is knight to G4 as pointed out by this
Blue arrow, which means it's the only move.
Only move. Otherwise, you're worse. Or, if it's winning, then otherwise it's equal.
Can we just admire how dangerous this looks at first glance? I mean, 3 pieces in line with the queen, with the bishop. Like optically as White, you are a bit stressed.
Yeah.
But the follow-up is not easy. If you look at it, bishop takes C4, F takes C4,
Yeah.
queen takes C4,
Yes.
let's say E takes D5, C takes D5. Now you have to find knight takes F2.
And if king takes F2,
I have no clue.
But
because
I think it's already for White, right? To take this knight with the bishop. So it's difficult for both sides.
knights are
but I
good
want-
defenders.
so I'm taking here, I'm now a pawn up as White. Now takes. And now this, if I don't find knight F2 in my calculation, or is rook A8 or
E8 maybe, yeah?
Rook A8, queen somewhere,
queen T3?
queen D3.
Oh,
Bishop G3.
No way. What?
Oh, no,
What's
you
happening?
You need to keep the queen on the 4th rank. So in case Black goes bishop G3, you can go queen G4.
No. Oh, so the threat, let's show our viewers, if queen D3, bishop G3, edge G3, and maybe it's a good time to ask our people here, Black to play, guys. Anyone? To finish off the game.
The question is, it's a mate in how many moves?
Oh, he came very quickly, the youngster there. I think you answered many. Maybe someone else can try. Black to play, yes.
A hand in the back.
I'm thinking that black rook should come down, check, and they capture with that white rook, and then we move our rook, and then
He means rookie one check.
Yeah, rookie one, maybe free rook may not work there, but your rook is a correct move, yeah?
Yeah.
The rook is correct.
Rook F3.
Rook F3. Oh, we have I am Rakesh Kulkarni with the move. Takes here. If pawn takes or queen takes, it's game over. Check and mate.
And this rook is very, very helpful actually.
And also queen f2 as well. So it's like just everything is working in
Correct.
this position for black here. But very, very difficult for Vidit because he has to see all of this while having 14 minutes on the clock.
It's too tough right now. Actually, the thing is, what I've realized is when you have this one line to attack in such complex positions, humans are not able to find it. Yeah, like engines, it's very easy for them.
Let's
go. Let's go. Vidit has played knight g4. Now he has two knights. Looking at the f2 square, Robson has to get rid of one of them.
He has to take, by the way. If he doesn't take, it could be a +1 advantage with it already. I think things looking amazing for Vidit. Ray Robson needs to do something right now, and even he doesn't have too much time.
Yeah.
I feel like bishop takes e4 is almost you have to play it as quickly as you can because I just wouldn't want to go knight takes in this position because knights are supposed to be great defenders, right? And if my king is under attack, then I want to preserve my knights, for a later time. And I think he should go bishop e4 as soon as he can.
All of this is so forcing that I think
This might come on the board, but I'm really surprised that Vidit actually assessed all of this so quickly and is actually playing it. Let's go to the live board and see if this is going to come out. It'll be super exciting. Ray Robson is thinking for his move. Vidit has only 14 minutes. Should we also check out some other game before we come back here?
let's check out Nihal's game because we do have
Nihal is clearly better.
something
What
happened
happened?
because we were wondering, right, who breaks through?
Yeah,
in the
did he
end
break
box?
through?
And Queen D1 and Black said, you know what, I'm not gonna sit comfortably. I am going to break
No
through.
way. Did Anish break through first?
And look at this move from Nihal Sareen. Rook to G1.
Did he play it?
He played it.
It's the only.
Only move.
No
He
way.
wins it. Sahaj, take us through this move because it'll take me 5 years to understand it.
No, I think the idea is simple. You want to go g4. You're just preparing. If in case black goes f4, you want to go g4 and break open the position.
What about pawn takes pawn and the f2 pawn hanging? Was that not hanging?
No, d6 is hanging for black as well. So still looks a bit dangerous, but I think white's bishop is slightly superior.
No way. Rook g1. If it's the only move and he finds it, Nihal is in some hot form here.
Like, why not rook e1, for example? Here, rook e1 makes sense because he's sort of expecting f4.
He wants to go g. And Anish did play f4, I guess.
No,
Right.
he went rook f7 in this position, I think.
Rook f7.
And now Nihal is thinking. So he's definitely having a wonderful position here so far. He has a genuine chance to beat Anish Giri here.
6 minutes Nihal took to pound
First
final
classical,
G1.
out of 77 games, their first classical encounter, and Nihal has a solid chance to beat Anish here.
Wow.
I think Nihal has a hint here because knight G1 was the move earlier in the position, the best move, and now rook G1. So G1 square is clearly the crucial square.
Wow.
But while sometimes these mysterious rook moves are played by human beings, it's very rare occurrence that they are the moves also vouched by the engines. So just to find all of this is amazing.
The best move yet
Again?
again. Wow.
Nihal Sareen playing like Stockfish. We have Stockfish Sareen in the house. He's playing King A2, Rook G1. Wow.
And Anish with the
Chess. Man, Sahaj, you are like totally. Is it like you are mesmerized by Nihal's play, unimpressed? Tell us. What do you feel?
I think it has been fantastic so far. And if he finds this plan of G4, I would be truly shocked because he has a genuine chance to beat
That's a
Anish.
mistake.
Yeah,
That's a
huge mistake.
Because now, if I take this pawn, you
Yeah.
can't take with the pawn. This pawn is hanging.
Correct.
So you have to take
Either queen or rook.
Yeah, and then suddenly the plan
Still
Sahaj mentioned G4.
Still G4, and the pawn on G6 falls here. But somehow I think you need to find a way to bring that rook on c3 into the attack as well. So I don't
But
see
it
a
can
way.
move from B3, right? It can get in from B3, B6, D6. Everything is
Yes, true.
Yeah.
And then the queen can go to g1 and you
Correct.
can put pressure on both d6 and g6 at the same time.
So what about pawn takes pawn, rook takes pawn? Does that also run into pawn G4?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Nihal, the pre-move expert, can literally just pre-move G4 after he takes on F5. And Anish is really under a lot of pressure. Once you find rook G1, I mean G4 is a no-brainer.
Key move, guys. Key move of the game. Nihal has 29 minutes 50 seconds to play it. You can see him a little bit. Look at that. He's looking upwards.
I think his board is on top. Yeah, I think Arjun's board on the side, so there was no space, no real estate.
Just
He's
relax.
putting it on top now.
And look at Anish. He's so focused. Anish Giri knows that he's in a tough spot. You know, these top players can feel it. And that's why he's like, I need to focus, and takes it. Wow. Nihal Sareen playing immensely well here. Pawn takes pawn on the board.
Absolutely. Now, it doesn't matter what you take back with. My next move is g4.
Yes.
And it's basically a pre-move that you can make almost.
Re-roll, yeah. Here. So just to explain to our viewers, after queen takes f5,
g4.
g4, pawn takes pawn. I believe you take with the rook.
Yeah.
Now, what's the point? Like, why is white so seriously better?
Oh, the plan is that I want to play d4 and bring the rook to g3, bishop to c2. If Sailbhai, if you can have that on the board.
Wow.
And all the pieces are just eyeing on that g6
So
pawn.
beautiful. That's so
Yeah,
beautiful.
this is the beauty of attacking with opposite colored bishops, because the side that is attacking has an extra piece.
No way. I mean, if Nihal does this, it'll go down in the books as a very beautiful example of how to attack with opposite colored
Yeah.
bishops.
Absolutely, and definitely this is I think this game I would nominate for game of the day for sure.
Wow.
G4 even without
Wow.
Nihal Sareen.
Okay, crucial moment. Now, after rook takes G4,
He'll take with the
will
rook.
he find D4 next move?
No, of course he takes with.
Of course, he
yeah.
goes rook g4. Now the next thing is, okay, I think we have a question mark. I think that's a.
Why?
I don't think it is. I don't think it's correct. It's a good move.
Yeah.
But now the question is, has he seen d4? Because that's the.
But even if he has not seen D4, it's not like he's losing his edge, right? And there might be other
No, no,
ways.
no. The thing is, he has all the time to
Yeah.
play d4. He
can
doesn't
take
have
his
to
time.
find it in the next move. He has to find it in the next 10 moves.
Right.
Nothing changes.
I mean, he can start with bishop C2. There is no hurry.
Oh yes, yes.
And that's
Bishop C2, because no one can come on the D4 square and sit there.
Yeah. It's just, do you want to reveal the plan instantly or do you want to be surprised? That's basically it.
Yeah.
If you want to surprise, you play D4. If you want to show him, this is my plan, now defend, then you play bishop C2.
Also, it's a lot about timing as well, because you can play d4 instantly, but you can also go bishop to c2, perhaps queen to g1, and then go d4 as well, because then your pieces are already looking at the g6 pawn.
Man, I think Nihal will win this. It feels like Anish has no way out of this. That it's like a passive position. Can he take the pawn on f2 and hope for some miracle to happen? Or
d4, d4, rook cg3, bishop c2, and it is gg.
I don't even know which pawn do you take with. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
this is,
C takes.
Just don't take it with
Rook
either of the
G3,
pawns.
Rook F6, and Bishop C2. Yeah.
Bishop c2 is perfect here.
Wow.
That opposite colored bishop showing that bishop on h6 is completely useless in this position, Sagar bhai.
Insane. Okay, so maybe it's almost. I mean, I don't know how Anish should defend. Yeah, he has only 11 minutes.
I think Nihal has a. I think Nihal. Is
He'll
it?
win.
Can we just say that he's winning?
No, Queen F3. I'll trade the queens.
Queen g1.
Queen G1.
You're not doing. I mean, my plan is the same regardless.
You are not.
It
I'm
doesn't
not
change.
helping myself here.
okay, what if I
Queen. Yeah,
just take on F2?
Rook
Allows
G6,
me
Queen
to just
G4.
check. King at 7.
Queen g4.
Oh. There is one square.
Just dominating the light square.
I chase you now. I just want to trade. I just want to trade queens. I have opposite color bishops. I'm hoping to get this bishop here and kind of hold the endgame somehow.
Probably you are going. I mean, the position is technically lost for you. Then it's about showing endgame technique.
And take
This is
the
hanging
take the pawn.
Also, let's not forget that Nihal has almost 3 times the. No, so he has 30 minutes and his opponent has 10 minutes on the clock. So I think this is even if you go into a long drawn out endgame, it is much harder to defend while having 10 minutes than to convert while having half an hour.
Wow.
You
Okay.
know-
So Nihal Sarin, while he is doing really well, what about Vidit Gujarati? Is he doing well here after knight g4? His
Rare option
opponent hasn't played.
hasn't played. So rare option has realized the possibilities Vidit has here. And Vidit, look at him. I think it reminds me of the candidates. Exact scenes.
Exactly.
It was Hikaru in
Yeah,
the and he was having the same one.
Yes.
He had the similar placement in the tournament hall
And
as
he
well.
would stand there at the board. I actually have a picture of that, and it reminds me of this Vidit in candidates. Exactly a year later or so, he's now playing the Chennai Grandmasters like as if it's candidates for him.
And also, he's sacked on H3. Who knows? He sacks on H3 and H2 again. So, Vidit, the time has equalized now.
Wow. And in fact, Vidit is ahead on the clock. So while Vidit is doing very well, let's look at Arjun Erigaisi's game against Jordan Van Forest. What has happened here? A lot of moves.
He didn't defend it with the rook. He just brought the king out. Now came b3, saving that pawn. Rook to d8. Wow, rook d2 only move already.
He found it, right?
And now
found-
f4. So Arjun is saying, I'm just going to keep pushing these pawns. So at some point, I will trade one of the rooks, and then my king steps into e4, and your couple of pawns are still weak.
Wow. And Jordan played his move, I believe.
Yeah, rook d3.
Rook to d3 by Jordan Van Forest. He's 10 minutes below on the clock. You can see Nihal Sarin walking around. I think all the Indian players today are doing the walking thing. Yeah, looking super confident, not sitting at the board.
By the way, Sahaj and Sagar, how many results do you think we get today?
I have a feeling if we look at this game, I thought was a draw, right? But Nihal wins for sure. Vidit might win. And what about Pranav's game? Should we have a quick look at Pranav Vincent? I was having a feeling that Vincent will convert here. So maybe 3 decisive games, I feel.
I think that is fair to say. However, I feel Pranav is he has to find f5 in this position, which is not an easy task. And if he doesn't, he's definitely in a worse position. So I would say I would predict a result here. I somehow have a feeling that Arjun is gonna find a way to win here as well.
Arjun,
Arjun, I think he's gonna find a way to. With it, I think it's not as clear to me because Vidit also has to be very precise.
Yeah.
And Vidit having both of them having around 14 or 12 minutes or something like that. Nihal for sure, I agree. So maybe 3 results as well.
Okay.
There.
By the way, Rook G3 played here by Pranav. He is angling for that F5 break, but he prepared it. But maybe he's a bit too slow here.
Yeah, people say you should prepare for your exams, but clearly sometimes you have to give the exam directly, f5. But okay, he still has the same idea. So Black needs to find
Bishop at 6.
the only move.
Stops the pawn from moving ahead because it pins it. That's very important. Should we quickly check what's going on in the challengers section? Are there any games? Because we remember that actually Leon Mendonça was better against Abhimanyu, but maybe it's no longer that clear. Yes, Abhimanyu Puranik has made a comeback.
Yeah, this pawn on f3, I think. This is a nuisance for white somehow. And of course, the double pawns as well. And time situation 12 minutes for Leon, only 26 moves in. So we could have a mistake here. I would say maybe a draw would be my guess.
Difficult to say. I think Mendonça has a good chance to win here.
Right.
I will choose white here to win. By the way, a quick update. Diptayan Ghosh versus Pranesh has ended in a draw. They repeated moves. Diptayan was a bit better towards the end, but I'm guessing because of his time, he was not sure how to convert this position or how to keep pressing, and he had to find this.
Yeah, Pranesh.
I think very good result, yes. But also Diptayan had to find this move G4, which is not doesn't seem like an easy move at all, especially because you're giving up the F3 square. So yeah, this game ends in a draw. So only 3 games remaining in the challengers section.
Okay, so this
By
and
the way-
what about Adipan Vaishali? Is Vaishali starting to press against Adipan?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Wow.
AD is in some trouble for sure. He did manage to secure that pawn on h6, so he does have that long-term attack on the king side, but the pieces are lacking. There are not enough pieces on the king side, and Vaishali has that wonderful pawn on c4, and this control over the d3 square, which I would say gives her the edge here.
I'm actually now feeling that if Vaishali manages to win this game, it will boost her confidence so much, and that would really help her in this tournament. She's already on half a point, and then 1.5 out of 2 would be huge. Okay, so while Vaishali is slightly better and pressing here, it's time for us to head back to the Masters section, and we are going into the game of.
By the way, maybe we go to Nihal's game first.
Yes.
Because there's this move bishop to d2
Wow,
by Anish. Clearly, if you grab this, I grab this.
the rook is gone.
Yeah, Anish fighting back, attacking the rook on c3. Now the rook can only go to b3 or c2. Now I think Nihal's next move is going to confirm to us whether he has seen d4 or not.
Yeah.
Because if the rook is on c2, then d4 doesn't have a purpose, right? There is nothing on the third rank. So if you play rook b3, then you know that Nihal has seen d4 and this whole sort of rook lift on the third rank with rook bg3. And yeah, his next move is going to be super, super crucial here.
Yeah, rook b3 is the move, but I mean, if we go rook c2, is it a blunder?
No, it's still good, but I think you missed that d4 idea now. But kudos to Anish for finding this move,
Yeah.
forcing Nihal to make that choice. Because sometimes you might not have seen the idea, but then you see that
c2.
oh,
He doesn't play rook b3. He comes back, and
he's offering a repetition.
maybe if Nihal goes rook c3, but I think the chances of Nihal repeating are close to 0%.
Yeah.
He is not repeating, guys. Nihal Sareen wants to fight today. He wants to win, and no way is he repeating.
Agreed.
I think he might go rook c3, bd2, and then go rook b3.
Yeah, that is totally possible. So as Nihal thinks, maybe you should jump to the Vidit game
Yes.
because we've had those moves.
Oh
It's happening.
God, it's
Bishop b4,
happening.
pawn takes, queen takes, pawn takes, and this is the current position.
Let's
now,
go.
rare option has to take that pawn with the pawn, and then we're going to see some crazy moves. It could be the insane knight takes f2. It could be the insane rook a8 with only move queen c4 next. So rare option under a lot of pressure. Kudos to Vidit for finding all this. Can we have the cameras for Vidit?
I think Vidit might not be on his chair. He must be walking around. Can we have only rare option on the frame? We can't see him yet. Pawn takes, pawn taken. Oh, Vidit is sitting there. Vidit like,
Vidit is like, okay, I have this in the bag. I think he's really calculated well because this is the portion of a guy who knows what's happening.
yes, he is calculating hard right now.
I am not sure who looks more stressed to me here, but yeah, definitely Vidit seems to be doing quite fine here. Now, see,
No, Sahaj, this is really intense, no?
but Vidit is sort of keeping that calm, that Black Lotus is helping in these specific moments. I feel so. Yeah, C takes D5, very very likely move. There is no other move that I can think of that
Yeah.
you can play. If White goes Queen to D4,
Yeah.
for example,
We
there's
can
a
ask.
crazy.
We can ask maybe the audience.
Yes, for sure. Queen
Queen
d4. Guys, what is a good move here? It's very similar, right, to many
Yeah.
moves we have seen. Black to play. Go for it. He takes back with the pawn. He takes back with the pawn. But here, what was the move, Sahil? By maybe we.
Yeah, the crazy move was knight to e3, attacking the rook, attacking.
Crusher.
Yeah, and if you take, of course, then you lose the queen. But
Beautiful.
Ray finds the best move, c takes d5, and now is the crunch moment. Vidit has two options and two options only. He has to attack the queen or play knight takes f2. Now, knight takes f2 looks less likely, I think, because he didn't do it earlier. But rook a8, and now Robson has to find queen c4 or he's lost.
Right. Because the threat is bishop takes g3, Rook takes f3, queen to h2 check, and game over.
Yeah.
That's the threat, guys. So what Sahil Bhai is doing is after bishop g3, as Sahaj had explained, if the queen is on the 4th rank, then the knight on g4 is hanging.
Yeah, for sure. So now rook e8 and queen c4, I guess, is the only move in this position. And let's also not forget that Vidit can play knight takes f2 here. It is a move. It is a move. Yes.
It's insanely complicated because if king takes, there is some bishop takes g3 business or what.
Oh,
I don't even know.
rook e8.
Rook
Knight-
e8
Rook e8, but this is difficult.
with
yeah?
bishop e3 check.
No, but the point is you have queen b6 check.
Oh,
Like at some moment you have queen b6 check.
right directly. Wouldn't it win the rook
queen
instead of rook
is-
a8?
Queen. Oh, actually, we can ask chat that question because after queen b6, there is a problem.
He found rook a8 and now Ray Robson under huge pressure. He needs to find the only move queen c4.
Wait, yeah. That's very nice.
क्या version है?
Okay, by the way, just to add here, Sahaj gave me a beautiful variation. If knight f2, king f2, queen b6 check, trying to win the rook. White was queen d4.
Ah.
And if you take the rook, oh,
That's just a mate. GG.
Wow.
finito.
That's why rook
Yeah.
e8 is important because you need that e3 square.
Yes.
Bishop e3 check always.
So now the queen has to move away to only c4.
Yeah.
It's the only move, guys.
The only square.
Ray Robson has to be careful. Why can't he go to a4? Because he still keeps the second, 4th rank in control.
If a4, then knight takes f2 is
Okay.
the killer blow.
But what if king takes?
King takes and now bishop e3 check.
Okay.
That's
King-
where you king f1
Yeah.
and then queen takes h2.
Oh my gosh. Queen
Taking that
h2
one.
is ridiculous.
Because the rook is okay. Then why does this not work when we have the queen on c4? Because let's say rook a8,
Yeah.
queen c4, I take on f2,
Yeah.
king takes,
There is d6 check apparently.
but king h8, I don't care.
King h8. King takes f2. I think is not the move. It's d7.
Oh, you are
No, this is way too.
This is way too difficult.
Very difficult to
But
take.
If Ray is forced to find this, he might find it.
found queen c4.
c4, yes.
Guys, these players are playing at altogether different level. 2,700 plus players are crazy. They can find all the engine moves, but now, do you think Vidit goes in knight takes f2?
It is a possibility. And in fact, just to admire how strong these players are, white playing an accuracy of 97.1,
Oh.
black at 97.5. Like such a complicated position. It's insane how well they're playing so far. But I'm guessing as the time goes down further, we're going to see that accuracy drop and we're going to see a blunder from one side.
Also, while this game is running, I also want to divert the attention to Pranav versus Vincent Keymer because Pranav just played a brilliancy on the board.
Wow.
With
Really?
bishop takes h5.
Wow.
My goodness, Pranav is saying, Vincent, I'm coming at your king. You might have the full control in the center and on the queen side, but your king is lonely.
So what was the problem if I played g takes h5? I believe it's queen e2. I
Yeah.
guess.
We need to. I think.
Queen e2 and you just take on. So queen e2, my threat is queen h5 check, of course. I cannot defend it. If you play bishop h6,
Yeah,
queen takes h5,
yes.
and now just something that defends the f7
Queen
pawn.
d7.
Queen c7, sure. What's the problem here?
Oh, I think it's a crazy move. F5. And I think,
ef5 and bishop e3
yeah.
or first e6.
I think bishop e3 directly just works smoothly. You can't defend h6 and f7, I think.
Wow, that's so beautiful actually. And Pranav taking that pawn and Vincent keeping his calm to find bishop h6. That's really beautiful play.
Do you think he missed bishop h5, Vincent?
I think so.
Yeah?
I think he missed it, and that's why you can see on his face it's no longer that cool, calm look. He is worried. Pranav is like, he's ready to pounce on his opponent. He's so excited.
But I hope he plays quickly because 7.5 minutes. He needs to keep up the momentum. Vincent, of course, will look for another opportunity here to squeeze back his winning advantage.
Right. So while we are here, Pranav pushing against Vincent, Then
We should jump to the Nihal game
Why?
because he has not found that move. After bishop h6 back,
Yeah.
he played queen to g1, still better, but maybe not. There's no clear plan now because he has also taken the c2 square away from the bishop now. There is no d4 idea, and even though he's better, the game goes on.
yeah, but then he can always do this by bringing his rook up next move, right?
Hmm.
So maybe he's not completely lost this idea of d4, but Nihal is sort of missing it. Yeah, the point. I hope he doesn't miss the win here.
But you can still play f3 and rook g2 at any point, and you would still have a very good chance. But yes, the position has slipped up a bit.
Sahaj, I'm worried about f3. If you move away from the g1 square, then I'm going to start worrying about this maneuver. I'm always like, I want to avoid pushing that f1. But by the way, rook g8, black is already focused on defending that g6 weakness.
Anish might be able to hold this.
Yeah.
I think Anish sees it. He can hold this position. Rook g8, moving the king away, and then the g6 pawn is defended. So Nihal needs to do it now. Here, is there any move for Nihal which is like an energetic one? f4 maybe?
Oh, wow.
I don't know. I just want to get my rook to g2. But maybe it doesn't work. f4, bishop takes f4, rook g2, king h7, and maybe I have not gained much. Yeah, or king. Yeah.
Oh, bishop c2 now is winning.
Yeah,
apparently.
because you have d4 threat in the next move, and yeah, this looks very, very, very scary.
Wow. So Nihal still in it, yeah.
This will happen, guys. Something like this could happen.
By the way, the Arjun game,
Yeah,
you can quickly jump there and
Are
have
you
a look.
getting your burger for tonight?
I don't know. I don't want to go hungry tonight. By the way, rook d5, rook b7, he grabs that pawn.
Yeah.
But do you think he should have traded the b7 pawn for the d4 pawn?
I think it's a good trade, yeah, because the d4 pawn was a weak one. And by the way, we have Jordan versus. Can we have Jordan Arjun on the screen? King g5. And now rook takes rook, yes?
Yeah, rook takes
Did
rook.
he take or not?
Not yet. I think Jordan is thinking. Arjun still looks confident as if he's winning, but rook takes rook, rook takes rook. What are the chances here, Sahaj?
I think it looks equal now because even if he captures the a6 pawn,
Oh, he gives h4 check first.
but he can also capture the a6 pawn, I think, and it shouldn't be winning. I think we're headed towards a draw here. I feel. Red white.
Sorry, Sahil, why we are headed towards Okay.
Yeah, we're headed towards a draw. I think so. I think now it's very, very unlikely because the moment you play king g4, I have this check on g6. The moment you play king e4, I have a check on e6. So it's a basic Philidor
So king
position.
f3, rook d4. Let's say rook d4.
See,
What-
Sahil is now
Take on
creating a
A6.
move fighting for the burger.
Take
here.
on a6.
Ah,
And then I don't see how you make progress, right? g6 is falling.
true, true.
And Jordan feeling that comfortable look, giving that look to Arjun that, hey, I'm safe here. Can we go to Vidit's game? Because that was super complicated. And Vidit Gujarati has found rook c8.
The best move in the position, by the way, rook c8. He doesn't find knight f2, but he again challenges that queen. Where do you want to move? And the queen again has to choose.
And if rook c5, I believe that tactic could happen. Yeah, rook c5. And wait a second. Is it knight e3?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, that's
Knight E3.
amazing.
And if pawn takes, there is bishop e3 check. And you lose the rook. Or you can take rook c5.
Yeah, rook c5. I like
rook c5.
It's
Yeah.
more fancy, I think. Rook c5 is more fancy.
Yeah. Wow. So the game is very sharp. By the way, 5.5 minutes for rare option. I think regardless of how strong you are, we have seen even Magnus blunder queens, yeah, when he has seconds on the clock. So a blunder could be around the corner in this game.
Yeah, when time runs low, no one can be safe from blunders happening. And rare option goes, rook c5 on the board.
Question, does he find knight e3?
And yes, he does. Come on. No,
I'm not sure if rook c5 classifies as a blunder.
it's not, right? I
don't think
just
so.
saw this knight e3, got excited.
There's also this stakes in bishop e3 as well.
But you know, the thing is, he has to put something on e3, right? So let's say rook takes e5, queen takes c5. The only move is bishop e3. All these much worse.
This is what I'm thinking. Bishop e3, fe3, and rook f3, and somehow this looks more dangerous for white.
No, but then I can at least go h3, right? Here or not? Something like that.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you
How
can.
is this, yeah?
You absolutely can. You absolutely can. But
look at
knight
this.
takes c3,
Oh wow.
gf3. Nah, this is probably a draw, yeah?
Why not knight e3 here? Because it gives you a good position. Like, is it not here? I mean, in the initial position after rook c5, the knight e3 is forking, not
No, not
without
here.
taking.
Here.
One
Here.
more.
Yes, now knight e3
Yeah, this is the best move. This is the best move.
because it forks the queen and rook,
Yeah.
and it forces you to take, right? Or do you have any other move?
You
Maybe
can't see it. I mean, if you want to sack the queen,
that is not that bad, but it is a very difficult move to play, I think, for Robson. I think
Then you take on
Robson's
c5,
reaction.
as we discussed. We take on c5.
And that's equal, yeah? Or what?
I would say black is better. Queen e4 only move. Wow.
Yeah, if once Vidit plays 93, I have no doubt in my mind that
He'll
he's
play.
going to. I have no doubt he will play it.
Let's see.
And Robson's reaction will tell us whether it was a blunder or not.
If Vidit plays knight e3 and Robson moves instantly, then he had calculated it.
Yes.
If he thinks for like out of 5 minutes, 4 minutes, then that means he's shocked.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, let's see.
And
By the way, Vidit's look says that
Yeah.
maybe he's seen 93.
played it because Vishy sir also played 93 multiple times. So that's a move. I think it's embedded in every Indian chess player's mind. So 93 could happen on the board.
By the way, just to divert your attention, Jordan versus Arjun looks like it is going to be a draw right now because I think the players are repeating the move.
Accepted a draw. It's
So,
done.
Oh, it's
It
done.
is already finished.
So draw here, guys, between Jordan and Arjun. A good result for Jordan Van Forest because he was being pressed there. Should we go back to Vidit game?
I think.
I want to see if 93 happens or not on the board. Vidit versus Ray. Ray Rob. Yes, there we are. Back.
I thought you said, are we going to the restaurant now or not?
No. Oh, yes, I won the bet. Exactly. Yes. Wow, that I forgot. Okay.
So now the difficult task is whether I don't think this is a difficult task. I think he will definitely play 93. I have no
He's
doubt.
not playing. It's been 3 minutes. He's not making the move.
He's sort of calming himself down, I think it's simple.
Let's go with it. Come on. 93 is the move. But then again, if you don't find it, maybe white is all right.
Yeah, and I think Ray Robson has a great poker face there as if nothing is happening in the position. So Vidit needs to find it. He can also take on c5 as we discussed and then find bishop e3. But something has to hit that e3 square. Otherwise, he could be just clearly worse.
Right. Absolutely. The knight d3, very, very critical move there for Vidit. By the way, just to also, because so many things are happening at the same time, Harika has fought back from that losing position against Indian, and now it looks still slightly worse for her, but it looks way more positive than it did before.
Wow, that's such a good news for Harika fans here because she was looking in big trouble. And now if she can hold here, her tournament can come back. Like
Yes.
2-0, like scoring 0 out of 2 is way different from scoring half a point out of 2.
Because if you score half a point, once you
Yes.
start that one point, and you start to feel a bit more confident.
Correct.
And this is the critical move. Yes, she has to find e4 here. If she doesn't find e4, the position is lost again. So very, very crucial moment. It's crucial everywhere. I feel.
A lot of crucial moves. And did Vidit play 93?
Still thinking.
Thinking.
4 minutes
Yeah.
now for Vidit Gujarati. He needs to play it right now because let's not forget that's not where the game ends. It's not a killing blow, right? You still have to continue the game. So you need time to calculate in the future. There is no moves not to play.
He's going to make that move, but he stops in his tracks.
Usually when you hesitate, that's not a good sign.
Maybe he is using reverse psychology here.
Oh,
But I think 93 it definitely he has thought about this before.
Yeah, for sure.
He is of course thinking about this.
Let's move there, guys. Knight e3 on the board, and Ray Robson doesn't move instantly. He's taking his time.
By the
Could
way,
be a surprise double exclam move by chess.com there.
yeah, brilliancy right
Wow.
there. If you go f takes e3, we discussed rook takes c5, and you gain an exchange. White does have some compensation in that position, but with it will be pushing for the win.
Oh, he gives up his queen. He gives up his queen with rook takes c8. He had seen it.
Yes, so now we know that, or maybe he saw it after he played, and while Vidit was thinking,
Yes.
he sort of was able to manage without any problems. But still, sacrificing your queen is not an easy decision. So, by the way, what are Vidit's chances to win here? If you had to give me a percentage,
I feel like
losing, of course.
he's not losing. I think winning is also tough because it's some kind of a fortress, right? Like after rook takes, now the d pawn is supported by the rook. The two knights on the king side stop any form of attack. So each of white's pieces are really good. There's no real weakness in the white camp.
By the way, now Vidit has to find the move queen to b6. That is the only way to put pressure, or Ray Robson is still, at least according to our bar, absolutely fine.
How? But queen b6, what's the point of it?
You attack the bishop now,
And I just save it, bishop a1.
yeah, bishop a1, then there is bishop takes d5, apparently.
Oh, back rank
Yeah,
issues.
yeah.
Rank issues indeed. So after queen b6, white has to find bishop g7, which is itself is a
What?
crazy-
Bishop g7?
Bishop g7, yeah, only move again. Because king g7, there is rook f4, knight h5 check, something like that.
Oh, wow.
Some
Chess
crazy-
is too tough.
too tough, and it's happening all too fast. I mean, with such little time for both players, this is not going to be easy.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Vidit does find queen b6. Oh, wow. Queen b6 on the board. And
No.
now bg7 only move. I guess Ray Robson is a 5-time world puzzle solving champion, right?
Yeah, but I think, in that moment, he knows every position is a puzzle. Right now, nobody's telling him that, and that's so much more difficult. He has the time on the clock right now, though. Those 2 extra minutes are enough to maybe figure it out for a strong player like Ray. But if he doesn't play it, Vidit could be one move away from a winning position.
Yeah. Wow. But also bishop a1 we saw drops the bishop on the last rank. But what about bishop c3? Because there it's not dropping.
Bishop c3 again. It is
Queen b3, yeah.
not bishop d5. Now it is queen b3.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice. Oh, it's a kind of
Bishop g7 only move. He has 5 minutes to find it. It's a blue arrow, as we can see on the
Yeah.
board. Only move.
key position. Should we also check Nihal versus Anish very quickly? What's happening there? Nihal Sareen, has he still... Oh, he has shifted his rook to the g5 and he has come with his bishop to c2.
Yeah.
So he found the idea.
He found the idea. I think he's maneuvering. He's not breaking through with anything because black has managed to defend g6 for now.
d4. Now d4. Works, right, or not?
No. Rook f3 and rook f1. Maybe.
Yeah, that is very difficult.
Might lose the game.
Wow.
No way.
There is a way to lose.
Yeah. And did you see how smartly Anish put his queen on e6 when the king was on a2?
Yeah.
Because then if d4, he takes queen takes c4 with a check, perhaps.
Wow. That is perfect.
So some such ideas there, but I don't know why the bar keeps saying that white is better. What's the move then? I don't see it. Is it rook 1, rook 2, g3 or?
I think there is no clear way. Yeah, maybe it's the kind of position where you think it's better, but actually there's some sort of fortress. Because, for example, the best move is bishop d1,
Yes.
which I mean doesn't feel like
No, bishop d1. The idea is I want to play h5 here because your rook on g8 is hanging. But but if I play h5 directly here, you take rook takes f3, right?
Yeah, true.
That
true.
is the problem now. Rook f1 check coming. So maybe bishop d1 Pelek, save yourself first and then go on the attack.
Difficult move though for Nihal to find. Both players having now around 8 to 9 minutes. This is the moment where you want to have more time ideally. Still no clear plan, I think.
Okay, Nihal Sareen also time wise, earlier he had a 20-minute time lead, now only 1 minute. is difference between Nihal and Anish. So this is turning out to be difficult. You see how these top players defend like crazy, guys. Even when you have a winning position against them, to convert it is so tough. The amount of resistance they put, someone like Anish or someone like Vincent or someone like Ray Robson, they just don't let you win easily.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Very, very tough fight for Anish here.
And
He's
what
not
about
giving up.
Yeah, so this one will come back. What about Pranav V versus
This is the position right now. We
after
have
Bishop h6, no moves, yeah?
Bishop d1, c3. He pushes the pawn, queen e3, and now bishop takes d1 was a slight error. I think apparently you had to push that pawn further. Takes rook c4. It does still feel like black is the one dictating the terms. Yeah.
f4 is hanging,
Yeah.
and that's a very key pawn. How do you defend it? Rook g4, rook f3.
4 rook f3.
Yeah, I think black is the one who's pressing for sure here.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That pawn on c3, the fantastic pawn formation that black has, that bishop on h6 putting pressure on the f4 pawn, the knight doing a wonderful job being on b5. You have this double pass pawns. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's the b pawn and the c pawn, both of them. And also, there is no clear way for white to generate an attack on the king's side. So there is no counterplay, at least minimal counterplay. And let's not forget, Pranav also has less time on the clock.
By the way, Ray has 1.5 minutes now.
Let's go. Ray Robson has not found bishop g7. Can we have Ray and Vidit on the screen? Wow, look at this queen b6 attacking the bishop on b2, and the bishop has to sack itself on g7, but Ray Robson is unsure. Can we look at that line? Bishop takes g7, king takes g7,
Yeah.
or maybe is there an intermezzo bishop
Oh.
g3?
Bishop g3, bishop f8. Because if you take directly, I think, then there is knight h5 check, and
Yes.
you pick up the bishop.
And white is better.
Yeah.
So you have to take the knight.
You have to take the knight, and now apparently rook g4 is also a move. Oh my god.
Oh, and what about bishop
G4 is
f8? Does that work?
ridiculous.
Bishop f8 also, I think, works.
Bishop f8, queen f2 check, king h1.
Not queen f2 check. You have to go bishop f2 check, apparently.
Oh, yeah. Save your bishop. Don't give your bishop. Bishop takes f2, king h1, and now king f8.
Wow.
And actually, if you look at it, black is a piece up because a queen is worth 2 rooks and white has a knight. But that position is so complicated, and Ray Robson wants to take on g7. He's almost there.
He has 26 seconds on the clock.
He takes it.
Oh,
Well
wow.
done, Ray Robson, showing his class. Amazing game.
And do you think now Vidit saw this?
I guess so. If he missed it, then that's too bad. But Ray Robson down to 53 seconds. 3 minutes, 20 seconds for Vidit Gujarati.
I think if it takes more than 30 seconds here, he probably could have missed it or underestimated it. So let's see how much time he takes. Bishop g3 here is the best move for Vidit. That gives him a slight edge. He can also take on d5 apparently. I think bishop g3 is the human move there.
Bishop d5 is like saying you attack me, I attack you, everything attacks each other. We just don't understand what's happening there.
He has to take this one. Otherwise, Ray could be better, yeah, in
Yes.
some variations.
What a game this has been. Really enjoying myself with all the complications. I believe also the viewers here are completely glued to the screen. They're like, what's going to happen here?
Okay, predictions, yeah, for the game.
Yeah.
What's the result, Sahaj?
I think Vidit wins.
Vidit wins, says Sahaj, the G.
Because
the
still,
panel
there is 53 seconds. Robson has. He played the best move, but he still has less than a minute on the clock. So that has to count for something.
I don't know, draw, I feel. Today I'm a little bit on the safe side, yeah.
I was about to say a draw, and then Ray Robson held his hair like this. I'm changing it to a win for Vidit. Although Vidit had a crazy game yesterday as well, so he's giving us some amazing chess overall. But now also slipping below the 2-minute mark.
Oh man, Vidit has 1 minute 57 seconds. Ray Robson has 53 seconds only. Guys, remember there's no second time control. They're down to their last minutes, 30-second increment per move.
Wow.
And Vidit is thinking about bishop. What are the possible moves if we can just make the arrows? Bishop g3, bishop d5.
Yeah.
And is there anything else?
No, I think you can play queen b3. That's equal. But I think bishop g3 from humans.
Just when you said from a
Wow.
human point
Now-
of view, that's not that's. But you know what a genius move by Vidit. Even though it might be a mistake, it leaves rare option with
Yeah.
the only move to find.
And he might not have seen this move. He might have seen all the obvious moves. Maybe
Yeah.
tactically it might be the best try. Now rook dd4, not an easy choice to play in. With
Because after rook dd4, king g7, you have this move rook b4. And the point is you don't have any back.
That's
He blunders bishop f8 Sahaj bhai. Is this over, right?
That's over, yes. That's over.
Vidit Gujarati genius move there. Queen b3.
By the way, which rook do you take?
A d1 with a check.
That's the worst rook to take. So it's still complicated, yeah?
Oh
So
my
I
God.
think queen c4 is the better rook to take, and that's not obvious to me.
Yeah, for me it's like always take with a check.
Wow.
No, not always, but take with a check, no? Okay, then maybe if I take on c4, my bishop is no longer attacked by the rook.
Yeah, true. And also you put more pressure on the d5 pawn, which is white's, I think, only trump card in the position.
But how is this improved the position for rare option for Vidit? Because after queen takes rook, Ray still has a piece and a rook and couple of pawns for the queen.
Absolutely. Queen takes c4 looks very, very logical. And now,
Let's say, for example, I move my bishop, but where?
but I think because of the a pawn, Vidit is going to win. Yeah,
No,
because
bishop e7.
bishop d5, of course. And now, I mean, in the
Ah.
future of the game, I think the a pawn is what's going to be important there,
Got it.
because he just pushes the pawn down and eventually probably takes a knight in exchange for it and then ends up winning.
This is I think cinema, yeah, when both players are below that type of, and he takes the
Right rook. Oh, Vidit Gujarati showing his class here. He's saying, okay, I was rusty yesterday, but that game already made me brought me in good form today.
And we saw the accuracy, right? 97 for both players, and now you see the difference. With it still 97.4, rare option dropping to 93.4 now. So crunch moments, those final moments are where the game is decided.
Correct. And now, as Sahaj rightly pointed out, the d5 pawn is going down because if we push d6 here, I was thinking let's make a queen, king f8, d7,
White is winning actually.
Now white is the one where he can push.
c7,
Then d8 queen.
and
Oh, because you have rook d7 check at the end. So bishop c7 is a wonderful line actually.
one second,
3 seconds.
bishop e7. But
So-
what was the winning move?
So
to d6?
after d7, can we just have that position on the board?
Yeah, let's see. Like instead of
Yeah.
King f8, d7, bishop c7, d8 queen,
yeah.
takes, and rook d7 check.
Oh, because if I take with the king also, there's a fork.
Yes.
Wow.
You don't have to worry about back rank because my knight is
F1.
just going to f1 always, no problems.
By the way, bishop e7 played, so on bishop d5, that important pawn has vanished from the board. So I think Vidit can breathe a sigh of relief a little bit here.
Yeah, now the a pawn. That is super strong here for Vidit Gujarati. It is going to run down the board with these two bishops on d5 and f4 doing the job. Sahil bhai, I think I'm changing my assessment here. I think Vidit is going to win this.
Ooh, and 6 seconds. Ray played his last move with 2 seconds on the clock, puts his knight to h5, trying to attack the
He's going for tricks.
Yeah, and now queen c2, like attacking the rook maybe.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my
I think
god.
the human
c2.
feels like bishop f3 though. I think you just damage the structure. Do you think that is a win?
Yeah. Bishop f3 seems like the human way to play. But then Vidit is not playing like a human today. He did find queen b3 and now queen c2 could work. Queen c2, if rook takes d5, you remember now the knight is no longer there to stop back rank mates.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's a checkmate on the last rank.
Yeah, and with it drops below 29 seconds.
That is very, very, very stressful.
And meanwhile, what a beautiful sight in the commentary room, guys. We have players coming in and the fans are able to interact with them. Another beautiful reason why you should come to Chennai here for the Chennai Grandmasters.
The bishop takes f3, g takes f3. Just a quick update for everyone. Indian did end up defeating Harika.
Oh, he won.
Yeah, he did win the game. That's the first result of day 2.
By the way, Nihal also pushing against Anish. I think we stick here probably because they have more time. But Vincent and Nihal are still pushing.
Should we just look at the position of Nihal and Anish?
Yeah, this is the current position.
That rook D4.
He jumped, yeah. I think he broke the rules maybe.
No piece to come on D4 so that we could push our pawn. But Anish got it.
Yeah, rook F4 and now simply rook to D4, physically putting a piece there, preventing D4 forever.
But then it means like Anish has managed to kind of stabilize his position. Why is it still so much better for Nihal?
I think H5 at the right moment is the breakthrough move now, at least. And for example,
Is it the right moment now?
It's not the right moment now. Maybe you first bring the queen here and then you set it at the right moment. But I think if you look at the clock for Nihal, he was ahead on the clock, right?
Yeah.
Now he's behind.
Oh my God. Nihal, actually, in a way, Nihal is bringing it down to bullet chess now, coming down to a minute on the clock. Sahaj bhai, all this action has made me like my heart rate go really high in the last few minutes.
Just imagine how Nihal feels in this exact moment. Yeah, it must be so. It must be so stressful. To be
Back to Vidit's game. 8 seconds for red option. Plays bishop f6.
So, yaar, let's take it.
No, then you might end up in a fortress because it's queen versus rook. You might end up in a
Oh,
fortress.
queen versus rook. But then my a pawn, you have to give up your knight for it.
Yes.
Not so easy, right?
Oh.
Knight.
I know there is a position like this because you will give up the f pawn, you will give up the h pawn, and rook e3, rook h3, rook e3, rook h3 is a draw.
Right. Right.
That's
so,
what I think he's hoping to achieve here.
here, if let's say bishop takes bishop, knight takes, then the knight has. Oh, he doesn't take. He doesn't take.
I think
So
that's a very smart move by him. But by the way, this is a blunder. What? That's a blunder by Vidit because rook
question mark.
that's a bit harsh though.
Rook d7 because there's some sort of mating knight around the black king, yeah?
He fights it. This happens with it sometimes that he plays like insane number of good moves and then he just makes one error.
But it's just the time right now. And if he makes another mistake, this could go the other way.
He might lose. Is there only move for Vidit now?
It's not the only move, but it's all queen moves. What does he play right now? Super crucial.
know.
10 seconds.
I mean, Vidit seems to be under pressure now. He's just botched it up there by moving the bishop back. He goes for a check. King comes up. Rare option. So quick, yeah?
Queen c5, only move or Vidit is busted. Only move on the board.
And he has 27 seconds left on the board. This is not easy.
Else is plus 5.
Why is it, what is White's threat? Let's
Rook
imagine
G7.
we play a5.
Rook g7. I think he's right now.
Okay.
The queen c5 guards the e7 square. E7 square because if you play rook g7 check, king f8, there is no bishop e7 check anymore in the position.
King e8, knight f6, mate. Oh,
Yes.
can we show to our viewers then? If pawn push to a5, then rook g7 check,
Wow.
king f8, bishop e7 check, king e8 and knight f6, mate.
Perfect coordination between the pieces. Yeah. So Vidit queen c5, crucial move there.
And now can we win the queen? Rook takes rook g7 check, king f8, bishop e7 check, queen takes.
But that's, I think, yeah, he's very
So Robson has to take rook h7 first
Aha.
and then go bishop e7 check, which could be something that where he messes up.
It's like this position where Vidit finds the only move and then passes the baton to Robson. Now you find the only move, then he passes. It's like both of them passing it on to each other.
But this is what makes chess exciting, right? He gives that crucial check. King h8, not possible. King f8. And now he can grab that important pawn on h7.
Very important. Rare option should not, of course. I mean, there's no chance in the world he plays bishop e7. That's just plain lost endgame. So he needs to find something else. Rook takes h7, a5. Sahil bhai, I'm pushing my pawn. I want a queen.
Oh, that is apparently bishop g7 even gives white a slight edge. Sagar bhai, so anything is possible in this position. We go into depth, but this is the final 20 seconds. There could be mistakes on every move from both players.
I feel Vidit has a worse chance here. I feel Vidit has more chances to make a mistake.
You mean that means Rare option could win this?
Yes, I think so.
He took the pawn.
I feel like because Vidit in his mind still wants to play for a win, and that's where he can.
That's a beautiful mistake there by Vidit Gujarati.
He had to play bishop e5 to challenge that strong bishop on f6, and now after bishop g7 check, only move, apparently rare option is winning.
Man, look at that line. Bishop g7, king goes to g8, knight f6 check, and then king f7.
And 94, game over. Can he miss this? Is it possible that he misses this?
It is possible.
He missed it.
He missed it. Completely missed it. And now Vidit should chop off that knight.
Yeah, just take it. That knight is such a pesky
But you
creature.
won't take it, right?
Yeah.
You will never take
Yeah.
it. Because as black, you're still trying to play for a win.
But I'm so scared of that knight coming to e4 that I might just get rid of it and I have no time. Okay, I have time. I have 1 minute 12 seconds.
You have to admire rare option here. Finding that rook d7 idea was absolutely on point. And now Vidit, I think he needs to understand the tide has turned and take that knight. It's very difficult, Lisa, but he has to do it.
Absolutely. Here, bishop takes g3. Maybe the only move, but otherwise the knight jumps to the central square on e4.
Wow.
Vidit Gujarati made so many good moves, then went wrong, and then rare option has made so many good moves. This game is definitely a brilliant game by all measures.
You know, no good things have happened with the kings which get stuck on the back rank ever.
Yeah.
Never get stuck on the back rank. And you can imagine the h pawn running and about to.
Oh, he's taking.
He doesn't take it. I said that.
It's completely gone. d5.
You see, this is what I was talking about. As black, you're still playing for the win.
94.
Oh no.
94 is the
94
move.
is the most easy move here.
Let's see you place the move and it is.
He finds it.
Wow.
94. But now what's the threat here? Sahil bhai, is there clear threat?
Knight g5.
Knight g5 is the move here apparently.
checkmate.
Threatening
Knight
rook
g5.
checkmate.
Okay, checkmate.
No. There is knight takes d6 also because bishop e7 check. That's another one.
What? Sorry, no.
I can take that, right?
Bishop e7 check.
No, take
Queen takes
e7.
king e7.
King f1.
Oh, look at that.
Bring the king on the.
Oh, it's a rule of square. Can
Yeah.
I do it?
Yeah.
So let's say, for example, no, not a5.
It's not possible.
a5 breaks the
It's not possible.
breaks the
Actually.
rule. If you don't play a5, it works. Yeah.
But okay, I think Vidit has to. I mean, it's done. Yeah, there is no defense now. I think we'll be heartbroken after this game. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Yeah, there might be the one final twist left. Oh, he
Bishop
plays
c5,
bishop
e4, sorry.
e4.
And now knight g5 is the move.
It's game over because of rook h8 mate. But then you start escaping with king e8.
Rook h8 check, bishop f8, and knight h7, and the bishop is gone.
Oh no, I can even go king. Oh, king d7, rook d8.
Oh.
Nope, this does not work. I think this game has.
No, but I think
it's
this
a
is
very, very unfortunate end for.
But I think it's been perfect entertainment. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
the crazy
In
game.
terms of entertainment, this is top-notch chess. But for fans of Vidit Gujarati, it's a heartbreak.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also considering what happened with Vidit yesterday, he was in a completely. I mean, he was worse and he was winning, and then he was worse again.
Doesn't find it.
Doesn't find it.
Bishop g7.
Sahil bhai, you are
guys.
correct. Twist after twist, twist after twist. And now I think maybe bishop c3 check.
Oh, bishop c3 check and you win the piece, right?
King
Because-
g6.
No, just take the bishop. If you take the rook, knight f6 check and there's a fork.
Shocking to me actually that Robson missed that, but I think in time pressure, anything is possible. Yeah, you never know.
But he's winning still.
Is he still winning?
He's still winning. Because
I think-
now bishop c3 should just clean it up.
But at least Vidit is playing on.
He finds it. And with it, of course, now realizes that he is almost lost. He comes up with his king. But now bishop takes bishop. What a nice move.
By the way,
Don't I have queen b5?
A queen b5 because then you attack my bishop and the rook.
Yes.
you know, there's also rook g7, and you have to come to the h file, and there's again a mating net getting set up on that
the other
h file.
side.
So, you know, you switched from the h file to the h file, and it's not helping.
He's playing that. He
And he
played
did it.
check.
Wow.
And with it, must keep in contact with the rook. So king h6, check. Oh, he's gaining 1 minute. What a smart guy.
That's a very, very smart thing to do in this situation.
He got a minute on the clock. Now rare option has 1 minute, 1 second. With it has 2 minutes, 13 seconds. And meanwhile, we have a result.
Oh, Nihal. No, it's
No,
Pranav
Pranav
has lost to Vincent Keymer, yeah?
Wow, that's a big result.
So
there.
Vincent now on 2 out of 2.
Sole leader.
Wow.
And Nihal, what is Nihal doing against Anish Giri?
Nihal is, well, still fighting, but Anish has fought back. The game is close to equal actually now.
But Nihal is hoping for that full point, which might not come, yeah?
Yeah, very unlikely. But as of now, going back to the Vidit game, I think we are in crunch moment now. 24 seconds for Ray Robson. What a game this has been. And I think, is there another twist here?
I think, as I said, yeah, draw, right? I had predicted a
No,
draw.
no draw, I think, in this situation.
But
The difficult thing is bishop takes b4, queen b5, that rook a7 variation.
What
It is
is
technically.
K7?
oh, he's
Queen
queen
takes
takes 7. Now he cannot give a check again because that would be repetition.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's still 2 times, no?
He plays what?
Knight f6.
Twice, yeah. Knight f6.
Best move in the position, by the way, attacks the queen.
Nice.
There are no checks possible.
World puzzle solving champion for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's finding the best move there. And where's the mate though?
But you know, it's not easy. For
Knight
example,
G8 check or what?
yeah,
Next.
queen b5, let's say, you have to find like knight g8, king
King
h5.
H5.
It's and you have to
And
yeah,
there's
it's
no check.
bishop
Maybe bishop
D4.
F6. Bishop D4.
bishop f6 also possible, but there is no mate
Fine.
yet. Yeah,
It should have been, yeah. Okay.
lots of possibilities. But it has some time on the clock now, but I don't know if it helps. Oh, he's nervous.
Yeah, definitely Vidit. But why is Vidit going so quickly? He has 2 minutes. Okay, he plays queen c4.
Oh wait, that's a blunder. I think
Knight g4 check. Wait, what?
it's over
Knight
actually.
g4, king h5.
Rook h7?
It's over. King g6, knight e5.
No, king g5, g5.
King g5, h4 check.
And king f5. I
Knight
say.
e3.
Oh, there's a fork everywhere.
Oh, it's over. It's over, I think, for Vidit.
Knight g4 check.
Yeah,
He went knight g4, king h5. But where's the win?
Rook h7, rook h7, rook h7.
It's the same line.
Rook h7 check, and Vidit Gujarati, unfortunately,
Wow.
is going down to Ray Robson, who's kind of played some amazing chess and time pressure. I don't think there's another twist, Sagar Bhai here.
No way. And look at Ray. Ray's like, I want to get inside the chessboard.
Yeah.
Find the
I
time.
think it was a 2D version of this. Yeah, I think that's what he really says that. But yeah, he will find this. He has enough time. And unfortunately for Vidit, this is going to be a heartbreak.
Oh no, he goes bishop f6.
f6, okay. Still some twist in the story. Black can play bishop d2 still to defend against rook g5.
It's amazing, right? How 3 white pieces have encircled the black king.
Yeah.
And also these pawns, the broken pawns are so safe for the white king.
Yeah.
No one can even touch it.
Yeah, if this pawn was here, you would have queen e4 check, for example. And it just protects it. Also gives you a square on g4. Just absolutely perfect placement. I think it's all credit to Ray Robson here.
If I go bishop d2, what happens? Rook h7 check. Rook h7 check. Game over.
Yeah,
yes.
again, same.
Oh, he's now rook h7, king g6, knight e5, and take the queen.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Mm.
Oh, but it's about to play the last chance for him technically here. Set up some sort of trap, maybe. I think that's all he can do, unfortunately.
Yeah, there is nothing else that he can do. He can't play bishop d2, can't play queen d5 because there is just something like h4 and
Yeah.
the game is just over. And the
Yeah.
reality is just kicking in for Vidit. It's not an easy thing to accept. It was
I
such an
think-
exciting game.
I think such losses really drain out so much energy from you, queen c1. But yeah, he took his queen away from those knight forks. So now where's the win? h4?
Yeah, h4 with the idea of course,
Rook g5 mate.
g5, and you will have to give up the queen,
Mm.
and then white is.
No, there's bishop d2 still.
Oh,
Oh,
Bishop
so-
d2 still.
All right. So maybe
Then-
h4, bishop d2.
I don't know. What's there? Knight e5 perhaps. Yeah, knight e5 maybe, yeah? And then rook h7 check, provoke bishop h6, and then you go knight to g4 again, and the game is
Mhm.
on.
so
Very difficult.
It is a little bit tricky still.
there's this tiny thin thread, you can't even see it. That's what Vidit is holding the game by. If he survives this game, it would be like that movie.
Finds h4.
Wow.
Nice. Rare.
By the way, By the way, in the challenges section, Abhimanyu Puranik defeats Leon Mendonça. So all of the games in the challenges section are over. Two results: Indian defeats Harika and Leon defeats Abhimanyu, and all the other two decisive results.
I think Leon was better, right?
Yes.
It's a big result for Abhimanyu. We can look at that game later.
Yeah.
But first, let's finish this one, guys. Bishop D2. Can Ray Robson finish it off? Or can Vidit Gujarati have this miraculous escape somewhere? Still some hope, yeah?
So, I mean, if the odds were set up in this position, you would say it's 99.9999% Robson and 0.0001% Vinit Gujarati.
Yeah, by the way, as soon as this game finishes, we have to jump to Nihal's game because he has just played the craziest move I have seen today.
Wow.
Yes, he has played just as crazy. Yet also it's a move by the golden pawn as well.
F pawn. By the way, Bishop E7 on the board. He moves. It's the best move. What's happening? Why is he going there?
I think there's this threat of knight f6 check in some variations, which he really wants to set up. And black basically has no moves. What do you play as?
A5. I want to queen the pawn.
I mean, the glass is definitely one drop, but we are definitely looking at one drop full. And now I think knight f6 check is the idea. King here is rook g4 mate. King h6 and a
H5. No, sorry. I don't.
I think that wins.
And then h5 in the next move, and then rook g6, and it's GG.
Wow.
Man, these three pieces are not killing the king directly. Yeah? Just one move, pushing it back.
Yeah.
Insane. Can we look at by the way, Nihal saying, oh, I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
Nihal Sarin.
It was just one move ago where he pushed f4. And that pawn could be taken by three different pieces, but I love it. I absolutely love it because it opens up the a diagonal for the bishop to go to f3 and e4. And some time ago we were discussing the bishop coming to d5 or to e4, and now it's happening on the board. And I think
Nihal Sarin is still trying his best to outwit Anish. And as you rightly said, this game will go on for a few more minutes, so we can come back. But what a move, f4. So let's go back to Vidit versus Ray Robson here. Vidit has less than 40 seconds now, and he needs to find a move. He can't find one. Ray Robson has been shaking his head many times in this game. He's like,
but how do you think Vidit takes this loss? Because from his perspective, he was winning. He found all those crazy ideas. I mean, knight g4, queen b6, whatever was needed, he found it. And then suddenly in those crunch moments, right, you feel, man, I should have taken this home.
But that's part of chess. You need to finish off the game. It's not enough to get winning positions. Guys, all the youngsters out here, a great lesson for you. If you are ever in winning positions and then go on to lose, that's just the nature of chess. Many top players also lose that way. You have to finish it off.
Yeah.
Check here.
King goes to h6 and just rook to g4. Oh, that's a beautiful move actually, and very easy to miss as well.
Why rook g4?
Anywhere, rook on the g5.
You want bishop f8 mate.
Yeah.
Wow.
No,
there's no defense.
No defense.
Insane.
It's resigns. I think rook g4 or
so rook g3 also should work, right?
Yeah.
Any move on the e5.
Any move on the g5 works.
And Ray Robson looks so excited. Yeah, he's like, okay, now I'm winning. This is my final move.
Wow. Yeah, rook g8.
Rook g8.
Same thing.
Same bishop f8. No way to stop it. Guys, look at the pretty mate here. The knight controls the light squares. The rook controls the g file. And the killer blow by the bishop. With it. Oh, plays bishop b. Oh, he plays bishop b4. If you take the bishop, the knight is hanging.
But h5. What?
By the way. Best move, best move in the position, and only move finds h5.
If bishop takes bishop, rook g6 mate.
Wow.
What is it called? The Arabian mate?
Yeah. Wow.
And I think now I think this is the time to resign.
Yeah.
But this is now
kudos to Ray Robson, and we talked about the accuracy. Now Vidit's accuracy went from 97.4 to 83.6. That tells you, those crunch moments, time pressure moments really make it difficult for anybody.
Correct. And Ray Robson is going to win this with it. About to resign here. There's no way he can prevent the mate. And yeah, it's tough to take such losses. But chess is tough. No one said it was easy.
Very, very tough. Yes, very, very tough.
And by the way, tomorrow Vidit plays Nihal.
Oh.
So that's going to be a
And if
question.
Nihal wins, he will have like this wind in his sails.
Yeah. Oh, I think Vidit is about to resign. He knows it's over. We're going to see handshakes in about 4 seconds from now.
Yeah, right. It's just time. He's going to lose on time. Oh, wow, man. Ray Robson, hats off to him for this fight. And of course, with it, a pity there. He played well. And yeah, he's just talking about that position with him.
Yeah. It was a very difficult game, but yeah, what a fight by Robson. It was, especially in crunch time. Those puzzle rush, has definitely has to have some role in this.
Absolutely.
In this fast format game. But yeah, let's
Go to Nihal.
Nihal is completely winning, by the way.
Wow.
So this move was crazy, and Black had to play f3 to stop that bishop.
He
move.
played it.
And now Queen h4 crazy move, and this is where Rook f7 was a mistake from Anish Giri. And now Rook g3. Oh, doesn't find it.
He plays Queen d8, threatening a mate in one, Queen g8. Isn't that good enough?
Is Rook g7 the only move for Anish Giri here, which he will surely find? And the same situation we saw in the previous game, the same time situation is here again.
He found it. Anish Giri. By the way, Sahil, can you show that winning idea? He takes the rook.
Yeah, takes.
Yeah, takes, and now king takes is probably a bit worse. Bishop, because you're allowing a bunch of checks, so bishop takes is better.
Yeah. Okay,
Now you just want to win the f3 pawn somehow, yeah, and that's it.
And that's it. As in, you think White will win this?
Yes, if you win the f3 pawn, I think you have a good chance to win this. I think
again, it's wow.
I think the idea of that blue arrow is to give some breathing space to the bishop on g7, and Anish is going for it. He sees it. He's like, I won't let my bishop die there on g7. Pushes e4. Well done, Anish Giri.
okay, if you go d takes c4, then of course a c4 pawn hangs, so you cannot do that. If you go queen g6 check, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe that's the best move, right? Queen g6 check, king h8, h6.
But this is exactly the moment where Nihal should be, the best at, I feel.
Yeah.
You meet the time.
Yeah.
He's a. We call him the master trickster.
Yes.
You pick him, yeah?
Yes, exactly. The master trickster. I like that name actually.
The position is such, either you trick your opponent or you get tricked, because Black also has that pass pawn on f3, and 2 squares away from queening. If you take the c4 pawn is also weak. The bishop is right now not doing much. So queen g6 is an important move to find for Nihal.
But queen g6, I mean, he will play it, I believe. There's
King
nothing
h8.
else to do. King. No, he takes on e4. He gives up the pawn on c4. He's like, Nihal is saying, you take my pawn on c4, I'm okay with it because I'll block it with bishop b3 when you give me a check.
Oh, but maybe he will take on e4 instead now.
Oh, he took on e4. Now queen takes c4 is not okay.
Yeah, queen takes c4, bishop b3.
Okay,
So queen e4.
e4, yeah.
He finds it. Anish
Wow.
Giri. Look at him. Look at Anish's face. He's like, Nihal, what's wrong there? Why did you play this? And Nihal has blundered. Oh, his expression says it all.
No.
He didn't expect bishop takes e4. Queen takes e4. And look at him.
Oh, he cannot believe it. And not to forget, Black has 2 pass pawns now. The bishop is also opening up towards b2.
Second day in a row, we can see the same expression on Nihal's face.
And he doesn't have time for right now to shake his head. He's 40 seconds. He needs to focus on the game.
No, he can play queen g6 check and it's still draw. So I mean, it's just
Yeah.
he has to.
Some-
That's reality.
Right?
Yeah, it's difficult.
You can, of course, you must do it because right now you must,
Yeah, maybe you're right.
it's too much damage. I think otherwise, if you continue playing, you don't want to lose this game. You don't want to start with 0 out of 2. Remember that.
Yeah, true.
That's what happened yesterday.
But right now, can Nihal rebalance himself, get into the groove and say, okay, a draw is fine now. Let me get that half point. Or will he say, no, he wants to play for a win?
Yeah, he's still pushing, wants that f3 pawn. He wants to remove the biggest threat Black has. But the problem is, I can even give that pawn away. Just push d3. I still have a pass pawn. And again, my focus is on that b2 square.
d3, but then bishop takes f3.
Yeah.
and then you go queen d4 or what?
Queen takes c4 check.
Check.
Queen c2, yeah. That's a mate, yeah.
Wow.
This is what you don't want to happen.
Yeah, and if this happens, I think this will really.
No, this is disaster.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. D3. Oh, Anish finds it. D3, and now Nihal Sarin, he should definitely go for queen g6 check, yes?
I think
Oh,
queen
he
f3.
takes-
Queen f3, I think safer choice as well. You trade the queens, and now I think it should be a draw. If Anish were to take, maybe he plays queen d4.
No, but queen takes c4 check.
Queen c4 check. Bishop e3 maybe.
Bishop b3, queen d4. And
Then
maybe
queen
that-
f5 check.
Queen
I think.
f5, and there could be some mating ideas there.
then you lose? Then I lose?
Yeah, I think so. Queen
It's a
c4,
mate.
Bishop b3.
No. You can do king h8, king h7, king h8, king h7.
Ah, yes.
There is no way to, I think.
Queen g, bishop. Queen d4,
Yeah,
Yeah, queen
Queen
f5, king h8.
king.
yeah.
You have to be careful though, very careful though.
I think there are a lot of problems in the position and the mouse placement, but for now, maybe stick to the live position. Yeah.
Yeah, let's stick to the live board. Wow. Guys, Nihal Sarin. Today's the game. Today's the day where the favorites in the position haven't won, yes?
Yeah.
Like Nihal was totally winning, he couldn't win. Vidit was better, clearly he couldn't win.
He goes
Or
queen-
draw.
Yeah.
And Nihal is there.
And Anish also laughing. Yeah, I think he knows he escaped there a little bit.
Oh.
Hmm. Yeah, that's a sad. I mean, well fought by Anish,
For
but yeah,
sure.
it was a great, opening choice and great pressure by Nihal all the way. I think.
I must say, like Nihal Sarin played beautifully, right?
Yes.
If only he had found this amazing idea of d4,
Yes.
g3, bishop c2, it
He
would have
did.
been so nice.
He did play a similar idea. He played f4 instead of d4, so it was kind of there, but Anish was
Okay.
very, very resilient.
Vidit there as well. Yeah, not able to believe. I think Nihal at least got a draw there, right? So Vidit lost that game.
But I like how Vidit is still sitting there for like 10 minutes.
Hmm.
He didn't rush away. It's good to be in the hall and try to sort of let your emotions sort of run away, because if you take it with you to your room, maybe it will also impact your entire night.
Agreed. Absolutely agree. And you can see Nihal laughing there a little bit. He knows, I think he had a chance. And I'm pretty sure, I think Anish saw that d4 idea.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he saw it.
Amazing. And guys, look at this analysis session. They don't need to move the pieces. They don't need the position on the board. They're just talking about it and just talking with their hands. Yeah, what an exciting day. Can we do a small roundup of what happened today? Sahel bhai. Oh, we have the summary here.
Wow.
Yeah, so there we have it. Karthik versus Leong was a draw. Jordan versus Arjun was it looked like Arjun was gonna do something there, but Jordan defended really well and it just ended in a draw. Robson versus Vidit, I think, was the highlight for me because it was such a crazy game and Robson sort of managing his time a bit better than Vidit. I think that's what I felt was the main difference in today's game. Nihal versus Anish, also very, very tough battle. Nihal putting that pressure very, very early on, but the game ends in a draw. Pranav versus Vincent. I think Vincent is just on fire this tournament. I think with white and with black, he's just been winning left and right. I think he's a sole leader. Defeating
Vincent.
Nihal and Pranav in this back to back. So I think he's doing really, really well. I think he's now jumped to 2737, if I'm not mistaken.
Amazing. Will this be the tournament for Vincent here? Maybe we will get him into our commentary box on one of these days. Oh, he is in and around here. But he has so many fans that he is meeting there. So many people who are taking autographs and pictures with him. Tremendous. And there we have the challengers section. Harshvardhan drawing his game with Aryan Chopra. Diptayan drawing with Pranesh. Indian proved to be the winner today with Harika. Adiban and Vaishali drew. And Abhimanyu Puranik, the top seed, scoring a very important win against Leon Mendonça. Yeah.
What an exciting day it was. I think 4 decisive results. One less, but I felt like, one
No, those
lesson
last
yesterday.
two games
Yeah, anything.
were like decisive games for me. So we can say like we had 6 decisive games today.
I think overall, the tournament is proving to be fantastic.
Yes.
The games are so sharp. At least 1 or 2 games a day just keep us thrilled till the very end. And we see that, mistake happens. Somebody gives up the advantage. We see a complete turnaround. Yeah, that Vidit King on H5. So overall, an entertaining day. Second day at the Chennai Grandmasters.
Absolutely. And guys, we had a great time here with all three of us. Kinsho was here, and we will be back again tomorrow, same time, 3 p.m. IST. Stay tuned. Bye bye.